Welcome to part 5 of our continuing adventure in MIO Memories in Orbit. We ended here the other day in the bell tower after having severed the Pearl of the Breath, our third pearl that we have dealt with, and on a map that was located right here, where we descended from the botanical gardens up above and found it just lying in wait. And it seems from what we were told and from our discussions with the live viewers in chat that this was actually a little bit of a sequence break, as we found, because the boss that is supposed to be the corresponding guardian for this pearl was actually situated a little over this way on the right. We did in fact initially drop into that boss, and then on the second time coming back, we managed to have our encounter with the breath without actually having defeated the boss at all. And from what I've gathered, it's because typically the more common route is to obtain the glide and go across the swamp at the bottom and loop up this way and approach from the right side. But because we got the wall climbing Strider's ability first before we ever found the glide, and had a rather big adventure over here first, including an entire session spent wiping out against the double boss Soul and Vin up here, that I went around the top side instead and dropped in and bypassed this route entirely, which kind of speaks to the flexibility of the game. So we'll be doing a little bit of additional cleanup in the area today and just continuing to explore this way, first of all, to see some of the area that we might have been expected to traverse through on our way to the breath. We did, in fact, defeat the boss in that area at the end of the previous stream, and so that's been dealt with. That was the very last thing we did. And now we're at the bell tower save point, and we'll see how to continue. Now, in terms of keys, we've encountered a couple of doors where we're still missing keys that we want. We did get a visitor pass. We know that we're missing a key for this door over here, the left one that's marked in red. The right one is something that's to be opened from the other side, and we haven't quite determined how to get there yet, I think, if I recall correctly. But then we have a couple of other things that we'll need to deal with. That this down here, for instance, in the bottom middle of where you see on the map right now, is gated off by being able to successfully climb through lots and lots of wind, and we haven't determined how to do that just yet. In terms of what the combination of the glide and the Strider ability will get us, now that we have them both, we don't really know if that will maybe expand our range of where we're able to climb up here and where we're now able to traverse, so that's something that will be an open question as well, should we return back to Metropolis. At some point, of course, we'll have a rematch against Soul and Vin, but in the meantime, we'll continue to power up and see where else we can take ourselves. So let's head on over and find out. This is the top floor for the lift, so that's not going to go much higher than... Well, actually, no, this goes above, because this is not the top floor. This was the bottom floor, rather. But we previously took it up to the top floor, rather, and explored over to the right. Noticeably, we did not drop down to that slot that seems to be open on the right side, and that'll be worth a look as well. For now, though, we're going back to where the boss room was and proceeding eastward, or rightwards, from there. Yeah, we took the unusual course of having unlocked the gate on this side first. And now on the map here in the Breath Spring, it shows that I can't really reveal what's at the bottom level. I don't know if we have a way that we can descend and reveal it. Just to close the circle. But not knowing more about that, let's just continue back to where the previous encounter was. This was a lot of fun to get through this fight here. Just lots of aerial movements all over the place, lots of use of the glide, which I have to remember does deplete energy. Lots of use of this property of the glide in particular, that if you just hold in a stationary position, you do not float down. If you move right or left, you do gradually descend. But the fact that we could hold in a totally stationary position was one of the tricks that got us through that encounter successfully. So we haven't been past this area in the promenade just yet, so we don't really know anything about what's going on this side. It seems that there's a lot that you could just port through here. Oh, were we supposed to hit that? Oh, it wakes up if you hit it. Okay, that's good to know. Now that it's awakened. And then, oh, it does do a little bit of a backswing. We need to be aware of that, because my dodge timing has not accounted for that. So yeah, so these awaken if you tap them, it seems, unless it was just that one that was in the correct layer of the foreground. And then, again, this seems to be the expected path, because you were supposed to, it seems, go through the boss, or rather go through the boss on the way to the breath the first time, which I guess makes this what was originally a bit of a run back segment. Oh, we actually hadn't hit one of those up top before. We had seen them before over the swamp as something that you needed to deal with and interact with in order to get much further. But you just hit it as a node and continue to glide. And one thing that I was not very conscious about noticing, by the way, was how tapping each of these nodes, it not only refreshes your energy, but it also refreshes your double jump. I think I probably used that property without really realizing it. But the fact that I didn't really think about it consciously up to this point probably was responsible for a lot of convoluted methods that we use for other destinations. And so, yeah, 06i, rest in peace, robot friends. Apparently so. But yeah, if you don't tap them, though, they just sit here. They don't do anything. So maybe it was different before we took care of the boss, and if you were coming through here the first time. But we don't know. If we really need to farm them for Nacre, though, we will. In the meantime, let's just continue and see what we can do. That is an opening up top that totally looks traversable if we can get on a ceiling. So, for example, well, okay, never mind. We can just go up here. And the elevator is not obstructed, so it can just go freely. Oh, let's not go up top there. And then it will go down to somewhere else redacted, similar to the bottom left over here, which tells me that maybe we can actually get the remaining 3 fragments of the serial number if we go down to left that way. We will consider that in just a moment. Let's attune first. And we might as well see what that's all about. Yeah, because if it's going all the way down to the lower level, that might be interesting. Also, actually, where was the lakeshore? How far down is the next level down? It actually goes quite a ways down already. The lakeshore must be where we might have arrived initially by elevation if we went across the swamp. There's a lot that we missed along the way, it seems. And it might actually be worthwhile to go back up and fall in and see all the places in between. Or we could just go down to Redacted and back up later. So yeah, the bottom left of the map was also redacted. That was where we found 3 out of 6 serial number fragments, and so this area may be related. Here where the robot maintenance and supply may may actually be taking place. Let's see. Access reserved to Dr. Helen's assistants. Interesting. So we'll need some way to convince it that I'm the assistant, or we'll need to get help from... I wonder if you can ask, actually. Because technically, isn't Dr. Helen's assistant the name of the one who was running the shop? I can't recall, but let's think about that later. Maybe we can get some kind of pass. Or spoof that identity somehow. Oh, hang on. That's okay, these are easy enough to deal with, it seems. And there's a bit of a climb up here that we'll deal with. And then, yeah, that explodes, as expected. Whoop, that was a little bit rough here. Whoa, gotta be careful. And then just refresh on the ground a little bit. Yeah, okay, no, I have to remember that if we spend energy on the wall climb, of course, we lose the grapple. But if we use the grapple, we get it back. Because that is what I'm currently holding. Which is why we can do a little bit of infinite aerial combat from time to time. Now, we need to be careful because I'm about to take a hit. And I don't see a very natural point to reload just yet, but let's pick up what this is. And it's another fragmented serial number, so we now have 4 out of 6, as expected. We have more in this zone, probably 3 total, if I had to guess. And I'm just wondering if we want to reload health somewhere. Or alternatively, just take the death and deal with it later. We're not standing to lose much Nacre at this point, so we can just continue to explore. Oh, well, never mind. Continue to explore when we dip back down. Okay, not much lost. And that was the risk we took. We'll need to fight that a lot more cleanly. Oh, instead of pulling the elevator up, we actually should have dropped down the shaft to follow it down and see all the floors that we're bypassing. It looks like the tube is enclosed on both sides, pretty much all the way down, except for that level, though. The level that we just saw. So if we can drop down below and sneak in there, that would be great. Technically, you can do it by taking a death. It would be tidier to do it by recovering the ability to warp there and then dropping back down. But we'll deal with that later. For the moment, let's push in over here. Deep in the lower level, have to get some of our platforming instincts back. Then it's okay, it's gonna explode as expected. And then, oh, got caught in that explosion when dodging the other one. Oh, missed. That's okay, we'll just dodge. Now when we tap it, we're allowed to grapple and climb again. So let's make sure we manage our energy. Okay, let's do this and then fight it up in the air and get hit. Regardless. Oh, nope. I was going to be done spinning around by then, but it was not. Okay. Need to work on our accuracy here. Let's let it spin. There we go. Now, there's a lot obstructing potential ceiling climbs up on the ceiling. However, it looks like the ceiling might actually be climbable on this side if we preserve the double jump and get on there, maybe. No, not really. Maybe you go up the wall. No. It's a little out of reach. But anyway, we're still looking for 2 more serial numbers, and we'll see what we can do about that. And here's a save point. Okay, let's keep on going. This looks very arena-like, but there's nothing to deal with here just yet. So maybe just a transitional segment once again. Now this looks like we'll have to enter it from the bottom right. Then, okay, I see a point over there. We would need to glide over there to do that, though. And I'm out of energy. Oh, nope. Came in a little bit low. Okay, let's do this with a bit more finesse. Double jump up. Forward. Glide. Oh, no. Out of energy at that point because it keeps on depleting by time, even if you're not using an ability actively. So, a double jump up. Oh, just a little bit short. Let me think about that. Let's maybe go back and reload some health first. Although this will require a few more tries, so maybe we're reloading it a bit earlier than needed. So yeah, we need to find a way to glide up there and cover a bit of distance. It won't just be falling off that ceiling, I don't think, but that energy bar does feel like it's a little short for this. I do see something glowing up there. That must be another piece of the serial number. Wait, no, you can stand here and then, yeah. You can stand here, which means you can double jump from here and get a tiny bit more distance. Yeah, a tiny bit more distance. We would need to maybe thrust from there to... Oh, lost it. Yeah, and then I glide across once we hit that. Bit of a muscle memory issue here. Yeah. So yeah, stand here, double jump up. And then stand here. Oh, that's all the way across. Great. That's a candle, not a serial number. But okay, we've got decent amount of candles at this point. Now, the issue is that we don't seem to have a place to go from this point. So we have 4 out of 6 serial numbers. We have 8 candles. Function unknown. And we don't see where to proceed on this side. Obviously, there's a way to get there on the right. But that requires something that we have not seen. Maybe there's a way to sneak around up top. It does seem like you can actually sneak around here on the inside. No, you can't. No. There is a bottom level, it seems. Maybe there's a way to go lower down to traverse that, but we'll need to find out how to crack our way there. Currently, I don't really see any clue as to where that could be. I mean, a little bit of a dip here. Let's take a look here. Yeah, door on the left is shut, but there might be a way to maybe go down below. Oh, like here. That's exactly it. Now this will be a bit of a climbing segment. Oh. And I missed. Okay, completely missed. That's fine. Can those be grappled? I actually can't quite tell. Okay. So simple enough. Doesn't explain how to get to the right side though, but maybe it's a big loop to get there at this point. No, it doesn't get through. However, how do you get through that segment? You have to crawl from underneath. So you need to get onto the left reasonably quickly, drop and then glide and then reattach underneath. This is maybe what I was concerned about when I bound glide to L and striders to ZL, is that we'll have to switch between the two rather rapidly here, I think. Nope, I was trying to glide under, could not quite do it. There we go, didn't need to glide at all actually. Just striders there. Now at this point we just jump back up and to the right and climb top side. Something up above, can't quite see it. Can't quite reach there yet. But we'll be looking for some kind of top opening. This will open. This will send you up. There is a top opening right here that you can barely see if you're inspecting things carefully, and that gives you the overseer. Okay, need to be careful here. Okay, they do fire once. Whoop, that's gonna be a little tricky here. Okay, got him. But we don't have any buffer for additional damage at this point. That's from the other side, but then if you climb... Oh, no, let's not touch that. Multiple doors, in fact. Okay, we'll likely take a death at some point here, but let's watch the pattern carefully. So, get on top, then crawl on the bottom, wrap around. Now that goes below, but let's check the top level first in case there's anything to see. More of the robot factory. Now that does not move. Or does it? Oh, yeah, it does when things come across. So we jump on top, and then we can go below. Oh, no. That's not where the beam goes. That was a mistake. But the overseer is here, so. That means, incidentally, that later we can port from this one back up to this one and then drop down the lift. And explore that central shaft. Bit of a lengthy sequence here that we'll need to redo, and that's okay. We'll figure out how to do it. Trying to see if there was anywhere to go to the right side there, but couldn't find it. Oh, nope, missed. Trying to do too many things at once. Anything down below? Nope. No, I was trying to tap that. Got a couple of wires crossed here again. We've taken enough damage here, incidentally, that we should actually heal up first before we reattempt. Okay, there we go. Tapped it to reload. And then we continue here now. Was there something to look at on the right side? Not really, as yet. But we know how this sequence will work, more or less. And then you know how this bit will go. That's all fairly straightforward as before. Should kind of wonder if there's a way to wrap up top there. Let's actually try it. No, the way to do it would be go here, wrap around up top to reload. I'm gonna try to wrap around. Oh, no, couldn't. I was trying to wrap around the top there, but nothing. Descriptor is planning any Mario Maker this week. We'll see. It depends on my progress in this game. I have a pretty big backlog I want to get through while I have the chance, and while we have a season when this was the only real new release that I was looking at picking up. And because I have a set of games waiting their turn for after this one as well. But yeah, we'll have more Mario Maker here and there, but I just don't know how soon. Took way too much damage on that one. Okay, we know how this one will work for the first part at least. We just need to watch out for the later part. Oh wait, hang on. No. Hang on. What do we do? There we go. And then I hesitated a little too much there. Whoops. Now we're in trouble. Okay. And yeah, you said this game has beautiful combat and you love seeing the characters in motion. Yep. That's what I realized playing through a lot of games in this genre. Most of the major well-known ones in this genre at this point. That the way they really differentiate themselves from each other is through the movement skills. That's the thing that is most critical for giving each individual game its identity. I actually think it might be possible to go right here, but let's think about that. I think it is possible, and I think that might actually be interesting, but we're going to try it. You have to double jump towards one of those. Maybe, like glide to the right instead of climbing. Now, this might be interesting. Watch this. Okay. There's a box down there. That seems to be where we are supposed to fall in. Oh. Unknown object address. The serial number, probably. There we are. One more to go. And yeah, the camera is kind of interesting. Mimuga, Quixote in Spanish. Yes, it is. It's the great classic of Spanish comic literature by Miguel de Cervantes. And 06i, you said it gets better and better the more modifiers you get. Oh, in terms of the fluidity of the movement? Yeah, we're seeing that already because, you know, once we got this one here, for instance, Energy Leecher, now we can start playing a little more aerially, where as up to that point, this game was kind of strangely grounded in a way where the energy system makes you keep your feet planted a lot more often than other games in the genre, and I've had to break a lot of habits, but now we have our infinitely chaining grapple back, and I can do whatever I want. And yeah, we got through a lot of stuff just by chaining the energy with the hairpins. Umuga says, what is a fruit called when it's not on a tree? Fruit by the foot. Well, that's worked up a certain appetite for sure. And yeah, descriptive is a lot of the hidden passages or semi-hidden passages in this map work by way of concealing things behind a bit of the 3D camera tilt that you can see here. Now, when you use the tilt in certain places, then you can see open cracks in the corners of walls or on the ceilings, and it's absolutely critical to how this game likes to conceal information. I'm going to check up here. Nothing. Okay, now I will have to go through this one here, and then we'll figure it out. Okay, so yeah, I accidentally went bottom against this one earlier. That was a mistake. Here we do need to wrap around. Oh, nope. Needed to stay bottom, and now we'll need to redo that. That's okay. Dr. Cliche says, what's a vegetable called when it's not on a tree? A root vegetable? Perhaps? It's a vegetable, yeah. I mean, because vegetables and trees, you know, they are what they are. Okay. Oh, sped through that one. Let's do this one again. Yeah, so you can continue to climb while you're, whoop, grabbing onto that one. Then this we've managed to do many times before. We better fight with some of these. And... oh, no. Thought I could outrange it there, but that was not the case. Now we're already taking too much damage. Okay. Let's keep our head together for stuff like this. And head down. Got back here rather quickly, so we'll just ride both of these across. The fact that you can wrap below that one makes me think maybe there's something to check down there. And then this is where we got previously, before we took fatal damage. Let's go around. Just need to watch where the emitters are coming from. We'll jump up top. There probably is something on the left side as well. We'll check it now or later. Let's check it now. Except, no, you can't really get through that one. So let's just get across here first and open the shortcut. The double shortcut, it seems. Why is there a double shortcut here, or a double door rather? I wonder. Just to make it look extra secure, even though it's just the illusion of security when you can just open both doors. I guess it's a kind of airlock and we've just ruined everything. Can't even close it back up. Anyway, let's move on up. So there was something on the left side. Whoop, we'll need to see about that. A good time. We will need to float across here. Oh, missed it. Almost. Yeah, this is the part where we do need to switch between the glide quite a bit, and I missed that slightly. It was a bit off camera. 06i is a trick for people who only open one door. But why would they only open one door? I guess so. I mean... maybe they just need to make things line up. Whoops, need to account for this little space to ventilate properly. Okay. So yeah, here we need to switch between glide and and climb quite a bit. Strides before glides. And that's crystallized nacre down there. I think we can probably make it. Depending on what this little platform thing is. Oh, I see. Yeah, no. Oh, luckily saved by that. Yeah, it just disappears after a moment. And I totally missed. That's fine. Now here, we just need to climb and wrap around when we can. Nope. Need to not do it that way, first of all. And, oh, no, and you tap that one down below to reload the climb. I just swapped back down there too quickly, but I have the general idea. I just went down there a little bit too impulsively, but we'll see what happens. Oh, wow. Usually don't get that close, but in its range. It's funny how, you know, even in the platforming challenge segments, they feel very relaxed just because of the smoothness of the animations and movement. That just because of the spacing and the scale, that when you look at it, it feels slower and gentler than it actually is in some ways. You still need decent platforming reaction time, but it does kind of feel like you're just floating along. And oop. There we go. And then this is where we can just go left to spare ourselves a lot more damage. Now, of course, we don't know what happens once we get all 6 parts of the serial number. Maybe that allows you to spoof the assistant's identity and go through that door, but we don't really know that yet. Also, I don't know if there's any advantage to going right side versus left side. I think this just allows you to scout a little bit. You do, in fact, still need to go over here. Oh, missed. That's okay, we just need to tap that one and missed. We just need to tap that one, I said. And, well, easier said than done. Whoop. Yeah, a lot of swapping between towers over here, which is getting me into a bit of trouble. We could have actually hopped on top of that one through the beam. Oh, nope. Accidentally double jumped too high. Nope. I thought I still had a double jump, and I did not. I was just miscalculated. Sometimes in a time-sensitive situation like that, I still instinctively think that a double jump that you hold is still going to get you afloat like you do in Silksong. Because as much as we've been playing this game, there are some things I still need to consciously adapt to with its systems. So yeah, as I was saying in the... You know what, let's just reload health here. In the previous stream, I did rebind a whole lot of buttons. And we have glide on L, striders on Z, L, but it does mean that in this particular segment, for the first time, we've been tested on swapping between them quickly. And I still like my setup this way, but we do need to accept the consequences. It didn't stand too close this time, at least. Yeah, you can hold down the climb while you slash. That's vitally important to know. There we go. Now we can chain the grapple, but we still need to aim properly to make much use of that properly. Whoops. Probably should have just skipped that one, actually, since we have the door open on the left now. Nope. Missed. Need to work in that slashing range sometimes. Oh, I still thought I had double jump and I was wrong. Need to keep track of that, too. Nope, missed. We could be repeating this rather quickly here. Nope. It's okay. Just need to work a little bit on the energy management. And that can be done. This is absolutely one part where I'm seeing the benefits of playing stick rather than D-pad for once. That you need to maintain your climbing direction and slashing direction at once and swap really quickly. You know, let's just skip these. We're not keeping that Naker anyway. Is it just me, or was there something below here? Oh no, that's just where we came the first time before we unlocked this passage. Okay, saved by the double jump. Just barely. Now we're across with full health, that's great. And we've been here previously, but we need to do the little diagonal wrap around. In this passage... Oh, nope, too far. Nope, too soon. Yeah, this little platform here just gives you a little bit of extra camera distance. Whoop, no, I needed to bounce that and then double jump on top of it to catch the next platform. I don't think you can just ride on the same one very easily just because of the energy management being an issue, and yeah, we're about to take too many hits. Whoop. Let's get back out and try another one. Okay. Uh-oh. Missed it. There we go. Tapped it. And then missed it. I knew that one was there, I just couldn't catch it in time. But that is clearly the message that will take us forward. It actually looks like it wraps around to what was behind this door, and so maybe we'll just unlock it from the left side instead once we found whatever we need. Just show that I'm the assistant. Or spoof the assistant's identity. Oh, no, too far. That was a bit of a goof for something that's honestly pretty easy to manage. Skip. Yeah, we just stay on the right here. That solves most problems. And then we need a tap. And then stay on the left. And whoop, get on top. I was too slow. Missed it. Nope, and then it didn't reload in time. Need to work at that slash range. What happens when we go further left? Note that's clearly a stop. Okay, that's out of the way. Did we get the last part of the serial, or is this something completely different? Dr. Hallen's employment ledger. Current assistant is Peepo. We can apply for the position. I feel like before we apply for the position, we should check for a save point just in case there's some kind of trial. And just in case, for instance, we need the last piece of the serial number. Oh, actually, this is a modifier. Interesting. Increases the number of modifier slots, but energy recharges more slowly. Now, how much does it matter that the energy recharges slowly if we are balancing that with using the hairpin to... or using the attack on enemies to reload that? Well, we'll see. It depends on what we're doing, I think. For some of the platforming, we do need energy to recharge as fast as it does. Now, before we do this, before we apply for the position, let's... oh. Run into the locked door. Let's do it. Do you wish to enter the service of Dr. Helen? Sure. Do you pledge to dedicate yourself fully and solely to Dr. Hallen's research? I do. Do you swear to sacrifice, if necessary, your body and mind in the pursuit of Dr. Hallen's goals? Swear. Do you waive any right to further discuss or denounce any actions or word you witness during your service of Dr. Helen? Sure. Let's sign the contract. And do we want a life term? We're just going to say yes to see what happens. You're hired. And what does that mean? Okay, that's fine. Well, it does mean that we open this door. But then what else are we able to get from it? Now, I'm still missing one serial number, for instance. And I feel like that I was actually affecting a lock that we had much earlier, and I can't quite remember which. It's not the one on the left here. It might even be the one on the right. Because I can't remember if that one was this lock or if it was a lock from the other side. I think I should check it again, because I feel like we've seen the kind of lock we just opened before. Now, I was thinking that in this zone you'd get 3 pieces of the serial number, but apparently not. So we should go back to the save point and warp upwards. And, oh, this door has once again become reserved. That's... oh, right, because this central passage we actually had not been through. I only just realized. Let me inspect it a bit more carefully here. Just in case there's something critical we missed. Now we know that in the bottom right there was some other passage there that seemed to be occluded as well in ways that we were not yet able to crack. So it's going to allow you to go up, but rather than do that, we're going to continue. Now, the one piece of the serial number that required me to go all the way to the right, was it tucked out of the way? Rather well. We're not able to go through this still, so... I do wonder if we missed a piece of the serial somewhere that I was supposed to be able to reach it. We should actually check. What's that wall here? It looks like there might be something up top. Not that I can see yet, but it is kind of suspiciously climbable. Oh yeah, there is an opening up top. Right there. So we... Oh, should actually take it. Absolutely is an opening there. But we'll need to maybe do the energy reload. Oh, and because I did not fully reload it, I could not climb. It seems. Also, I'm really low on health. So maybe we should blast through this area first and then come back. Yeah, let's do this first and then come back to the left side. Not that we stashed very much Nager, but we'll back through here. So yeah, there absolutely is a ceiling passage. Let's see how accessible it is. Oop. Yeah, we grapple through, but we have to tap it before we have the energy reload, so we need to be aware of that. Let's do this again. Don't want to lose that much health. Yeah, we'll just reload them all, it's fine. But, oh. Yeah, because when you start to climb, you start losing energy already, and so... And I lost a double jump here already. But we just do single jump here. No, we don't have double jump past that point. We need to think about this. I feel like we need to kind of grapple through this one, tap it, but then we'll go off of it or something. No, not really. That's clearly a passage we're supposed to be able to make it through, I think. But that's assuming that I can get enough energy to get up there, which might not be the case. Maybe it's not that accessible. It does look suspicious, though. That there's just an opening right there. But yeah, it does look a little out of reach. And of course, this is not really climbable because you get consumed on the right side. Maybe it's not actually feasible, but it is suspicious. Maybe it's just there to complete the artwork of the roots coming through. We'll find out. Well, regardless, I wanted to go back to the save point on the right so we could warp above the lift and descend from it down the shaft. Also, yeah, we've been... all this down here. I want to check the right side one more time. Clearly, there's something else that could be done. Further in, I don't know what else having the assistant's credentials might alter for us here, but clearly there's a passage that goes in through this central shaft. And we don't really know anything about that yet, because I have been through all that. So, I mean, it might just be an outer passage that connects from yet another part of the map. You'll notice that the map only scrolls that far, though. This map scrolls quite a bit further, as you can see, and we did see evidence of perhaps something on this side continuing. Now, of course, given that we're on a space station, I would not actually be surprised if there were something like a world wrap where it turns out everything spirals and that it actually loops from this side over to there. I would not be surprised if we were suddenly shown that kind of connectivity. And it was revealed that this was in a cylindrical orientation all along. Sam Visit goes, well, we have 5 out of 6 serial numbers now, and I'm missing the 6, which I was kind of expecting to be down here. Find us, we are waiting in the deepest parts of the vault. Something comes to an end. We're missing part 5 out of 6, and so it kind of made sense to me that it would be somewhere in this zone, but I don't know what area here we haven't checked. Maybe we should go back down to the left side area just to double check something where we earn credentials as the assistant. It seemed like there was a bit of a top area in that room that we didn't properly explore, maybe. So we'll go back, actually. Because clearly something is still missing. Also, we never really went up through there. Actually, you know what? Let's try this again with a glide. I doubt this does anything, but... Oh, whoops. No, can't really cling on that. Okay. So this room seems like it's purely just a connector. But we didn't check the ceiling up above here. Or the upper area, rather. We did come through here and find something along here, but didn't see that further. Doesn't seem like there's a way to poke around further up. Now, I did maybe not fully check left side of this area. We climbed through. Whoops. If we wanted to backtrack slightly to see if we missed something along the way, there was... Yeah, we might as well, because I seriously suspect that we missed one of the serial numbers, but... Also, oh, can't do anything here. Ah, it sends you back up above, okay. Yeah, we'll mess around a little bit. I'm sure we'll lose resources in the meantime, but oh, and also just lose generally, but notice that the beams are gone. Oh, notice that the beams are oh no, except you still can't go through there. It just hits the wall in some fashion. It looked like the beams were gone though, so I don't know why it prevented you from going, but there's some kind of wall hazard there that we can no longer see. So let me think about this, because we checked most of this area. We checked the bottom room. I just suspect that there's something going on in the bottom left zone that we didn't get a chance to inspect properly. Whoops. Oh, let's just get rid of these guys. Let's stay on the ground here in case there's something that we could have peeked through. No. I mean, I might just be wrong about there being an additional serial number, but it seemed conspicuous to me that we're missing fragment 5 of the message. And we'll just have to keep looking. It may be that I've seen every spot here, because we know that there will be more of the lower level at some point, just given that we've seen spots on the bottom left and bottom right corners of the entire map that seem traversable eventually. But as yet, we don't know too much more about exactly how that'll go. Yeah, it seems like you just hit a wall here and it just does not let you go. I'm going to check the next adjoining room past that. The one that we found that required us to go through platforms all the way to the right was pretty well concealed in some ways. It could be that we'll need to look for something similarly well concealed. It might not be a good idea to jump in from this side, though, to try it. I think maybe we should keep playing, and if serial number 6 is still missing after a long time, then maybe we'll double back here, but it looked like I went through it mostly exhaustively. Unless anything has been significantly altered by the fact that we, first of all, have the credentials, and second, turned off so many of the laser beams in the whole lower segment. Oop, almost dipped into the red there, but luckily didn't. I still think that ceiling up there looks suspicious. I can't seem to reach it at all. Can't even get close. Maybe a later movement skill will give me even more airtime that allows me to go up there, but for now, let's go to the Overseer's pathway and go... Whoops. Oh, we actually haven't unlocked the one at the top of the lift. I actually just remembered that. We have not unlocked access to it yet because we haven't upgraded it to a fast travel node. So, oops, that was a mistake. But anyway, then in that case we do have to take the lift back up. Now it does seem interesting that if you want to skip around elevator shafts, that there are things you can do if you deliberately take a death after having tagged save. Where, for example, if we took the top save point while the lift was in a down position and then we took a death and then returned there, then we would be able to drop in through it. Now, it does seem like it's not the most intuitive thing, but... Of course, maybe I was wrong in that we passed the lakeshore level, but maybe there is nothing else to traverse in between. Let's take a look at the sides of the elevator shaft carefully, because I kind of assumed there was an open road to hop out of at some point, but maybe I was mistaken when I read this. Oh yeah, there's a level down there, one level below, but that's where we came up here in the first place, so that doesn't really count. Because that's just this level. So actually it wasn't that interesting then. 12 droplets, for all that's worth. Also remember that we did pass by an NPC at some point who is charging me 10k for something. Now that I think about it, I can't remember where that was, but it was somewhere on our way to the right. So when we get up to 10k, we're going to pay in and see just what manner of madness we've expended all our funds upon. Also notice that the lower door here, I bet that might be what gives you visibility of the bottom of that passage, but let's explore this side first and we'll see. This is currently locked from the other side. Alright. Never mind. In that case, let's go down to the lake level. Whoops. So I guess that save point at the top of the lift, that must be the one that, if you approached the boss before the breath from the right side instead of the left as we did, maybe that was the last critical save point before you get into the fight. All appearances, that seems to be the case. I still think we were maybe missing a spot for the last serial number fragment, but we'll have to find that out the hard way. Oh, and then jump through here, but then what's through here? This is where that's across the lake crossing, I guess. So we'll see this bit for the first time and see what this plant is all about. I guess we just hit its base. Whoop. Yeah, it does have a pretty clear cue for the attack. And I'm still going to miss the dodge, but that's okay. Yeah, these, if you tap them... Oh, this is the one, MIO's property from the end of the world. Let's take the save points, even though we're missing the overseer. And yeah, you can see how this mostly connects, except we came through this way instead of through the glide. And we'll take a look at the personal assistant. So eerie, so ghostly. This must be the edge of the world, isn't it? Not really, but our assistant doesn't need to know that. I wonder if we can lure this one over here and then grapple through it. Whoops, that was not right. Okay, I'm just trying something here. Oh, that was not wise. Let's reload. Yeah, Sam Fizz, you're not too fond of the plant either. 06i, you said the plant is evil. Well, what do we ever do to it, and what did it ever do to us except strike us all over the place? Whoops. So yeah, I just want to connect this on the map. Interesting. Dr. Helen's assistant. Well, you know what? We have that already, so... Pearl record, mature conclusion. Interesting. You can sign words of a pearl. We can't land. The vessel can't land. She can't take it. Redundant systems would all die in favor of the library, including us pearls and most of the machines. Okay, so... Yeah, so the travelers are the humans that are trying to... Well, humans presumably, that are trying to colonize their promised land. And the machines are not happy with this. They're not happy that redundant systems, including the pearls, will be shed. And... yeah, for the sake of the care for the machines, I guess they rebel against the humans. And so, it looks like the machines that were supposed to run the colony ship just mutiny. Let's see what this is. A shuttle that descends. Okay, we'll take a look at that in a moment. Let me see. This is interesting. Where are we on the map? We will take that, but let me see if there's anything else to look at first. Well, yeah, I mean, you're locked to this after you've become the assistant, so... You're locked out of this, rather, until that point. And so this will be interesting to discover. And you're also locked out of the lower level until you've unlocked this lift on the right, which we did immediately from just approaching it from the top. Now this is pretty deep into the core of the structure. Notice some nodes here that you can use for jumping and bouncing on the way back up. That you can, in fact, traverse the shaft outside of this lift here, and that we may in fact be required to get somewhere interesting. Before we fight these, let's see if we can find a save point. The shuttle is locked by Dr. Helen, so... Oh, the shuttle is gone now. So... You do need to climb back up. This is another passage that will no doubt power bomb through at some point. Now, shall we go right or left? Well, you know what? Let's take a look at up first. Oops, I said up. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so you can go up here. And we saw those nodes that do allow you to climb eventually. Whoops. We'll jump up. We will go back to explore down below, of course, but... Ah, I see. No, you can climb up here on this side. But I do want to explore this a little bit just to see. Looks like it's our only route back out anyway. Okay, and then it looks like you're supposed to fall on that side. That's fine. Samphis, you look really like the ambience tracks that sound like bleeps and boops. So very Metroid 2, yeah. This musical score on this game actually is a kind of huge electric keyboard feature. There's so much that is that electric piano texture, EP texture that is really at the forefront all over. Not only is it a great soundtrack, but it's a subtle soundtrack. It really sits back a lot and sets a lot of the pace in some ways. That between the soundtrack and the scale of the graphics, that there's a real sense of spaciousness. I think that those two elements combine to really underline. Now, it may be that here we actually do not have the means to... You know what? With the slash we can probably go over. But maybe we need to unlock an ability down there before we're actually allowed to go back. Oh yeah, no, you can just slash your way over, as usual. Still useful even after having obtained a glide. This takes you up the shaft, and then where do you even go from here? Now, it does seem like this is a bit of a dead end here, though, until you find some way to proceed. Unless that's a crack on the right side or something. Let's see. It looks like it might actually be a crack on the right, but I may be wrong. Oh. Let's tap this node once again. Not really. The whole thing's encased. It looks like there's a way out from there, actually. That's interesting that it lets you come all the way up this far just to get a view of the place without actually letting you proceed further. But I think maybe we need to unlock something that gives us the rest of the passage later. Or we just unlock access to the shuttle again. Here are the vaults. We've seen many parts of the vaults before. It does... Well, actually, no, we've seen the redacted parts. We still don't have the ability to break this stuff, by the way. We've seen this kind of barrier in multiple places, and that is clearly something that we'll have to unlock later. There is a passage up above, but we will need to come up this way. Serial number or not? Pipe. Oh, enter the pipe. I did not expect to enter the pipe. Interesting that you can kind of interact with a second layer here and enter the pipe that way. Let's explore around the room first before we proceed. But no, we'll enter. And then we'll get into the background here for a moment. This obstructs you this way. Yeah, there's a lot of background interaction sometimes that catches you by surprise in this game, where it trains you to think about certain spaces as not interactable, and then it subverts that afterwards, as we saw with the climbable fences. Let's do right first. And so yeah, we see that eventually we'll need a way to break through that platform. That looks like it's going to give us the ability to do so. That we're very close to having the ability to break through. And that's what scouting this area allows me to see. Also, save point very close by. I'm expecting maybe a boss soon enough to gate off some of what we're looking at here, but wow, look at this. We'll drop there in a moment. Let's see what kind of door this is. Requires Vault's Worker Authenticator. But I'm the assistant. Okay, something big is going to happen, I'm sure. Whoop. Interestingly enough, you can in fact go through another pipe. Let's do this first, actually. Just to see what's happening. Help. Sure, we'll see about that when we've had some time to explore. It looks like another core, which will be nice to have. Once we figure out how to get there, anyway. Can't go through this pipe. Oh, that looks oddly threatening. Maybe slightly hot to the touch. And this looks like a whole platforming segment coming. Oh, whoops, nope, can't do that. How did this pipe get flooded anyway? That seems unsafe. We probably should have dropped into the right side room to see it properly, but oh well, let's go with what we know. Yeah, because this turned out to be a longer diversion than I expected. I thought this was just going to be a side path. But we did hit that save, didn't we? Or did I not? Or did I completely neglect that? I think I completely neglected that. Well, that's okay. We'll just explore that again if we take a death somewhere here. Well, lots to see. And lots that we missed. We're also sitting on a pretty pile of cash here that we haven't crystallized yet. Oh, that looks rather hazardous. Lab, no trespassing. Well, I'm the assistant, so surely I'm forbidden. The claw doesn't think so, though.
In the vessel, there is always one. The rat is not one of mine. I fix, it disrupts. I bring order, it spreads chaos.
So, who's this one?
Such a tiny nuisance. I know all your secrets, Rat. Your so-called purpose. Unneeded, unwanted, efforts wasted. Go back to your pod. Cease your rampage. I protect the vessel. You are of no consequence.
Love the design here with all the claws rotating the massive
And don't come back.
eyeball. Okay, so we've been ported around quite a bit here, and this door is not open. And I don't know where I am on a map at this point. Yeah, it's all spidery and everything, but it's all in service of rotating that central focal point of the eye as a character. Then the wheel and the experiment room. Okay. So we trespassed in the lab. We can't really do anything else down here yet. Although it almost looks like we can go up there. In fact, I've got to try it. Oh, just a little bit short. But no, that's just where it goes up to the next level though, so let's go up to the wheel. So yeah, I passed that right side we saw earlier. This is climbable. But let's see what's over here first. But again, this is one thing that I really appreciate about this game, is that it does not do really obvious separations between main path and side path. That you pick one and it just goes on and you discover what's there. And a lot of maps in this genre can't necessarily nail that. So anyway, so we discovered this area here. So yeah, we didn't really drop down and explore this zone properly because we went through all the pipes in the system. We will need to go back to that at some point. And I guess we don't have the ability to port there yet either, but routes are too far away. Yeah, the routes are at the shuttle. Now, this is the first time we've seen this message. Routes are too far away. I suppose we need to open a passage for it or something. And 060, you think this music is horror? Oh, I see. So you can call the shuttle here. Look from the other side. So maybe the shuttle can take you back to the other shuttle points, or take you to somewhere completely different. Yeah, vault shuttle. Routes are too far away. That's a message we have not seen before. And so, also, it seems like there's something up above here on the right side shaft that we have not taken a proper look at yet, and we should do that before we take the shuttle anywhere, because we did not actually climb through the background earlier to discover what lies past this point. Looks like we don't have the means to get past here yet. I mean, it might be related to well, this lift potentially going up to another level that we haven't unlocked yet. Then why would it give me this climbing point? Probably just to let me see what the shaft is like. So yeah, no access to that overseer yet. No access to this door yet. Let's check above here. Oh, can't really do anything with the camera here. Alright, let's see where the shuttle goes. I mean, what do we go back to trespass in the lab a second time? do that whole circuit again. So this shuttle just goes up, but then we don't know what it connects to. And back to redacted. That's great, actually. Maybe we'll get another piece of the serial number. But yeah, look at how much this map extended all of a sudden. That you can't necessarily trust the boundaries of where you're allowed to scroll, because you see, previously we could only scroll so far down, but then now we just pull all the way down here, and the map expands in ways that you can't necessarily predict with the information given to you. Farewell letter from Tomo, interesting. And of course it is addressed to Samsk. Usually it means an upgrade point is near, but we'll see. Yeah, so the travelers depart, the units go haywire, and that is the decay of their consciousness and purpose. And Tomo here says, I'm going to learn more about our inner workings, how we operate, and why. It's a shame I can't ask the travelers who made it directly for those answers, but maybe I can recover some clues from their vestiges too. So yeah, Tomo's out to search for a cure for the decay. But even the letters don't reach Sam successfully without MIO's assistance here. We have another lift on this side. That's interesting. Let's not drop it on our own head, of course, but I just want to check the shaft quickly. And let's see where this goes. Oh, interesting. Right back through the center. Because, of course, that's where we are. Yeah, we took the shuttle all the way up, and then it sends you right back to the central area. That's the thing about this map, is that, you know, in some sense it's sprawling, but whenever you open shortcuts, it's actually extremely centralized in some ways. And now, we haven't really picked up more cores for things to buy from the workshop just yet, but we can at least go up and crystallize some of the currency that I picked up along the way. I'm still only sitting on one core. We bypassed a collectible core somewhere down here when we were going through the pipes. But we'll go back down there and explore a little bit more. Sure. So, let's go up to the workshop. Very interesting. And of course, now that we've been down there, I wonder if anything has changed here. Not really. Nothing to do over here since the beginning of the game. Oh, where's my shop? Oh, something has changed. You're the one who helped me before. You're also Mel's customer, right? Thank the heart you're here. She's gone, vanished. They came from the vaults in a swarm. They invaded the workshop and they took Mel away. There was nothing we could do against them. We scrapplings, we're no fighters. But you, customer, you're different. You can help her, yes. I know she yells a lot and works as scrapplings to the gears, but we love her. She makes us feel safe. We want her back. When you're ready to help, meet me in the vaults and I'll find a way to let you in. Maybe I don't know how to fight, but I have other talents. So you have to earn your shop back. Because they had a bit of a disaster here, as you can see. Yeah, I'm sorry, MIO. I couldn't stop the hand from breaking in. I don't know why she took Mel. Perhaps she wants to spite you. Perhaps she just wants her toy back. It's difficult to tell with her. This hand has always had her own motives, even before her embedding. Confrontation might be the only way to convince her that you are worth listening to. I hope Mel is alright. I like her. Please bring her back. So yeah, that is the hand down below, if it wasn't already obvious from all of the robotic hands, including the hands is just juggling the pearl. And so we'll have to deal with that at some point. In the meantime, though, I think we're going to go back to explore this side. I mean, that is also going to be the way back eventually, but I guess it doesn't matter that we're short on some cores if we can't buy anything anyhow unless we find an NPC selling us something for 10k, which we'll actually be able to afford soon enough, I think. As long as we don't lose too much on death. Now, we do want to unlock that ability to punch through those glowing pinkish, purplish membranes. And in retrospect, maybe I should have actually marked some of the spots where we saw them as gates to return to. I haven't been using the marker system at all, actually, and that might be detrimental to my ability to find things that we've missed in rooms previously explored, as we found with the bell tower key. But for now, let's zip back here, head back down, and go over some of the passages we missed. I wasn't even expecting to come this far and do all that. We just wanted to check the lake and bypassed a lot of corridors along the way, but this turned out to be an adventure. And let's port back. Oh, actually, there's nowhere to travel past that point because we haven't unlocked any of those overseers. So you know what? We'll glide across instead. So yeah, you're actually locked out of a lot of those warp points. Because we haven't turned them into ports just yet. So in that case, let's actually do the glide that we were expected to do long ago. And we might want to explore just a little bit further in this area just to see if we can unplug, or at least replug, some of the overseers currently unaccounted for. And we'll see what to do. Whoops. Sure, might as well crystallize it a little bit more while we're permitted. Oh, even more. Curious. Okay, at this point, let's head on up. Oops. Heal up as well. And then get back upstairs so we can finally do the swamp crossing the gliding way. Yeah, just up and up we go. And back to the haven. Oh, something to collect up here. And then this is where we can float across. However, what was this all about? Yes, we've been up that way before. Up to the top. Now, though, we do have to glide. And we can take this up top. Down below is... Oh, no, that's just swamp. And this is the lab that we entered previously. We'll go back down in a little bit. I want to see if we can get a closer overseer first. Don't really need to, but we'll see if we can unlock something. And yeah, that finally unlocks this little bit of the map that we can see. There's a passage below that we can drop into at some point, a passage above that connects back to the top of the lift, which I'm sure will unlock something or somebody. Right, a little passage down here that we had not traversed. This looked like a boss room, and indeed it is. Intrusive fertilizer. Now that looks explosive. Oh, whoops. And here I'm thinking, oh, it's Bell Beast. Pretty close to it, actually. Or... Whoop. Okay. Okay. Need to watch what's coming along. Catch it where we can. Oh, tried to dodge that and missed. Oh, getting a little risky here. We haven't dealt that much damage just yet. We'll need to maybe reconfigure what we're doing a little bit. Lost 145 to the pond. That's okay. I'm curious what we'll unlock with that. Let's change our setup a little bit. Because we were in our exploration setup, and we can definitely reassign a little bit. Yeah, we were using this in conjunction with the grapple before. Hurts enemies after using the hairpin on any target. We're not really using the hairpin that much, though, as the approach, but let's think about this. Quicker one on the ground. Let me think about this. Yeah, we just need to know how to play this offensively a bit more first, but then we can kind of build towards damage with this combination and just grapple in like we did with the other fight. Perhaps. So then we can dodge a little bit better and... We'll keep that for the moment. And let's just go down and do the fight. Very short return path here, so... Now, as before, we're going to try to slash it without being at full energy. Which you don't necessarily need to grapple to do. You can even do like a bit of a float sometimes to do that, but... Okay. Oh. Nope, missed it. Okay. This stays out for a moment. Oh, no. Got hit by the second shot there. Whoop. That was incautious. We've still done very little damage so far. But if you grapple in like that, if you just have a cleaner diagonal on the way in, that seems to be the best way to get in a good series of hits at once. Oh. A little bit aggressive there. We're likely to just take too much damage here, but we'll chip it down quickly that way. Now, if you stay on the same column, you only need to dodge one shot. Okay, I think we've got this phase more or less figured out. There will be some kind of phase 2 complication, of course, and we'll just need to find out what it is. But I think we have a pretty solid method at this point. So we just avoid damage. But yeah, we've settled into something pretty clean here with everything that the phase 1 pattern is giving me. Now this is the phase 2 complication. It's going to drop lots of stuff everywhere. Then that's okay, not too bad. And then it's going to do more droppings, but more droppings in conjunction with something pouring from the top. So now we'll need to deal with that. That's okay. I think we can get through phase 1 cleanly, probably even damageless. And we've seen what we need to see about it. It may even make more sense to do the energy charges more slowly. Modifier for the extra points in conjunction with the damage for not being at full energy. Whoops. I'm getting too sloppy here already. In the phase 1 that was supposed to be clean and tidy. But yeah, if you just grapple into it and aim well when it's coming out the side, then no problem. Sometimes missing still. Whoops, too early on that dodge. Oop, nope, just got caught off guard there. So yeah, this will likely not go well, but we'll learn what we can if we can get back into the phase 2. Get a lot of hits in. And here you can just zone out of it a little bit now. Phase 2, of course, some of this won't work because of having to dodge the ceiling at the same time, but we will see. I guess we can figure out. So for example, if we take this off. I'm kind of curious. Actually, you know what? You can essentially get a plus 5 points. I don't know how much this counterbalances this. No, this would release 15. That's energy charged more slowly in general, but then this gives you a bit of refund on the ground. So if you only need to free up 5 points and you do this, or rather, yeah, like it would be counterbalanced. I think we actually can try to take that since we have a couple of different ways to refresh energy at this point. Here, and here. So we'll see if we can still use the grapple as frequently as we'd like. And now if we free something up, then we can add some modifiers once again. I don't know that we'd want to tighten up the dodge timing. That seems like a bad idea. But if we did, then we would have an extra 5 points to work with for something else here. Also, that in conjunction with energy recharges from taking damage might actually even work. Because then we can do this. And then, yeah, we're getting a lot of 3-hit combos in, so this would be nice and extra aggressive. And this, of course, would give you something nice as well. But, yeah, we get lots of 3-hit combos in with our current method, so I'm going to try this and see if we can deal with the low energy recovery, or if it compromises the grapple strategy just a little too much. But we'll find out. Okay, just need to watch out. Phase 1 should be easy to dodge entirely. It's not difficult. Okay. Okay, that was a little close, but we made it. We'll even have to maybe strike over there and then doing pretty well this time. We should be into phase 2 in no time. Pretty soon, actually, just after one more round of hits, I think we'll get us into phase 2. Yeah, just walk left, right, left. Oh, didn't manage to grapple onto it that time. Oh, didn't manage to get there. Didn't expect that. A little dive there. However, we can get a lot of damage in here. We'll just walk. Okay. Oh, missed. Missed my dodge. Missed my dodge again. No, this is going to be a little close. Okay. So I'm going to do this little drill attack. I was trying to dodge that and missed. Okay. Whiffed a couple of dodges there. We were very, very close, though. I think next attempt we'll just do it. Very clean phase 1 that time, though. And we just needed to deal with some new material on a read in phase 2. And some of the dodge timings were a bit off. Yeah, it is like Drill Beast. Or it is a Drill Beast, so to speak. Whoop. Taking too much damage in phase 1 already, so sloppy. Wow, okay, this attempt has gone badly. Let's focus here. But we had a method worked out quite well that time. We just needed to adapt to some of the phase 2 damage that we had not seen before. Need to catch my dodge timings better. Now when it dangles from the ceiling in the middle, you can't really grapple towards it. You just have to jump in and slash. Yeah, the energy issue is not at all a problem on this fight, actually. It doesn't even matter. At least not from what I've been doing so far. We just get so much of an instant recharge from hitting it at all that we just have no issues getting back to a full bar for the next grapple. Phase 2. Whoa, that was not the right way to go. Okay. That was not well planned at all, actually. This will be a little bit tense as it does to dive here. So, yeah, you can dodge those. It's a little bit of a different spray pattern than we're used to, but... yeah, that's the thing, is that pattern I think you actually want to get in close. Like, it fires and then you just kind of get in under the arc of the projectiles and then that should be fine. And just walk towards it and slash. Now, of course, that was just a very untidy phase 1 that time, and we can absolutely improve on that. But yeah, this does not feel like a difficult boss at all. We have most things down, we just need to execute cleanly. Lumbre. Okay. Missed it. It's okay. When I'm just jumping on top and grappling, it's like we're riding a sandworm or something. That's how you get mounted on the thing. Take it for a ride. Oop, that was a misread. Pretty bad misread, actually. I'm about to do better than that. Okay. It's okay, usually have enough room to run out of that. Drippy drip. Okay. Under the arc. There we go. Yeah, just under the arc. That's all there is to it. Yeah. Oh. That was a fortunate dodge. And now we can chase. Left and right, just... whoa. Poor reaction time that time on walking back and forth, but... okay, under the arc. Oh, that was not quite what I was going for. Oh, nope. Very close. I'm trying to fit in a certain crack there between projectiles, and that didn't quite go. Oh. Sniped. Samphis, I have not returned to Sol and Vin just yet, no. But I feel pretty confident that when I choose to do so, we'll do well. We've got a significantly improved toolset already. In terms of point capacity and the ability to glide and all these other things. You see, the fact that I was getting striders before glide probably makes it even more pronounced that we were getting to Sol and Vin so prematurely. That I was there even earlier than I thought in terms of the progression in the game that we were taking in with us. That if you're getting up there in the first place, you know, maybe the expectation is that most of the time, unless you're speedrunning or something, you'll likely have to glide with you. And At that point in time, I didn't actually know Glide existed, unless I was paying a bit more attention to the button configuration screen or something. But okay, this has been going relatively clean so far, but let's not speak too soon. Still a decent amount of phase 1 to go. Oh no, phase 2 is here. Need to run out quickly. Even got 3-hit combo that time. So that diagonal dive means that it's going to be followed up by, whoop, this rise, and then, oh, no, missed a dodge again. Saw it coming, but, okay, this has been really sloppy this time. Not good at all. Took 3 points of damage all of a sudden, and that went badly. Oh, and it does a little dive there. Yeah, no, it sprays, but then I'm not accounting for how much of a forward dive it does when it does spray, and so I stood too close. Getting close, but we do not have any kind of buffer for additional damage at this point. And unfortunately, we stood in quite a bad place. Did I have Energy Leecher before? Not when I was at Sol and Vin. I only got Energy Leecher on the last stream, and of course I have not taken it off since, because remember that when I was at Sol and Vin, I did not have a solution for Phase 3 when the ground drops out, because I didn't know how we were going to sustain ourselves in the air long enough. And so at that time, I didn't know Energy Leecher existed. The reason I bailed out of the fight to begin with, when we had gotten to Phase 3 and gotten to about 20% health remaining on Sol and Vin, was because I didn't have that aerial solution. Now we do, right? We have the Glide and we have Energy Leecher, and that solves a lot of problems in terms of just how to approach the final part of the fight, I think. Okay. Oops, missed grapple that time. That's okay. Still got some damage in. Okay, let's try this again. Stay relatively focused. It's an easy part of the pattern. It's not been too bad. It's just that mistakes can happen. Sometimes we're slightly out of range of reading what's coming in from the side if we're not close enough on camera. So, have to make sure we stay within visibility when it changes sides. Whoa. Okay. It's okay, as long as we know which edge to run towards. Sometimes a dodge can get us out of trouble for one projectile on the drop over there. Okay, it's gonna dive down and then, oh no, dodge too early. Okay. Yeah, so you don't want to stand too close. You can stand under the projectile arc, but oh no, Just too early. But you can't stand where it's diving, so you don't want to stand right next to this. Okay. Oop. Caught again. Didn't see that transition accurately. Oh, no. That was bad. Got caught right in the middle. Yeah, that didn't go. Too much damage. But yeah, we'll absolutely return to Soul Vin at some point. But since I'm still kind of exploring and discovering new material, we'll just go with what we have for the moment. You can sometimes tell from where it had previously gone where it's possibly going to show up next. So it goes off to the right and comes back from the right. Now occasionally if it throws back in and goes into the ceiling, it'll come back down. So there's some predictability to it. Like it's not going to teleport from one end of the room to the other. Just watch carefully. Too bad we took a point of damage here already. We really should not be taking any damage on phase 1 if we want to get through phase 2 accurately. Let's watch out here, so yeah. Need to not dodge prematurely when it's doing this little dive followed by a rise. That's the part of the phase that we've needed a little bit of cleanliness against. Okay. Oh, I was trying to dodge out of that one. Didn't quite go. Okay. Yeah, stood exactly the right place. That's good. Is going to get back in position for me to take a few swipes, and then we're getting really close at this point. So a lot of damage avoidance to come, of course, but then a few good swipes without taking too much damage, and we'll be through. Maybe one more round of swipes for me. Let's just be careful. Okay. Oh, maybe one more. Oh. There we go. Maybe a little too close, but we got it. Okay. What do we even get for that? Torn Overseer? I suspected it was this, actually. I kind of thought that, given this placement on a map, that this was the likeliest thing that we would be earning for our effort here. Savard, how goes funny robot girl game? It goes very well. As you can see, we just downed a boss. Just unlocked another teleportation point. And there will be much more to come. Okay, let's get back into an exploration build. Now that this Overseer is available for us to port around. Just take off a couple of things here. I might even keep this, depending on what some of the energy issues we have with platforming segments might be, but we'll take a look. Let's manipulate some other things first. Okay, so what was I doing? Oh yes, we wanted to keep energy leecher. And then we'll put the NACO related ones back on. And alright, we will take this one off. And then yeah, actually we were doing fast recharge, but that's okay. Gets us through some of the platforming, I guess. We'll go back to this. This was our exploration build, essentially. But we can redo a few things later. If we need. Okay, so next thing was I wanted to go up on the right side to open up this path and probably open up that overseer as well, from what I'm guessing. We'll just get everything networked back in. Oh, this thing again, yeah. Wow, it chomps you like crazy from short range too. Ah, whatever, we'll take it. We'll just have to deal with it every time when we're making such a sloppy approach, but that's okay. Anyway, this area up here, we hadn't been to this column previously, so let's just see how we do. And it'll be a jump up to the left side here. Oh, another one, okay. This might be very short-lived. Especially if I missed all my dodges. That's okay, at least we know it's there, and then we'll head back towards it. Ooh, lost 200 to the pond. I didn't even think about that before we charged in so recklessly. Oh, I was trying to port through and that did not go well. Let's just skip it. Wow, it has such a long reach. This does not leave you alone for a while. Those plants alone are harder than the flora boss. They kind of are. Yeah, okay. Trying to get the dodge timing down. It does give you a tell when the bud opens up, right? And you need to watch it pretty carefully. So yeah, this, we know where to find the point at which we'll eventually get the upgrade to break those. We just have not been down there recently. But we know where it is. We just need to do this whole passage down there to get it. And nope, can't climb this. Hang on, can I grapple up there? Or there? Oh, climb like this. Oh, you just kind of drop out of this, so you can't really get up. It seems. That's interesting. I guess we drop in above. That was strange. Yeah, we just drop in from here. Pick up another pretty pile in a moment. Do those actually die? I'm not even convinced they do. Okay, nothing up here then. Until we eventually get past the left side. Unless there's anything I missed up here. Nope, doesn't seem like it. Yeah, I guess they don't go down. They're just there to give you a platforming node that is also a little bit hazardous. Whoops, missed it. Okay. And then at this point, well, we need to get through this stuff. I feel like there was an upper node there that we... Oh no, there isn't. Okay, never mind. Let's keep going. That looks explosive. We better deal with it. before it drops explosions all over me. Whoops. Or smoke for that matter. Okay, so go through here. Whoa. A bit of a forward slash drop would actually do a trick, or a ceiling drop. Nope. I got bounced. That's unfortunate. That's okay, we'll make our way back up. Feel like I lost a lot that time too, but yeah, 276. That's okay, we'll get it back, mostly. Except some of that was picked up from the... Well, no, we picked up the crystallized point. That's fine. We expect to lose that much per run at this point, I think. Oh, missed a dodge once again. Missed a dodge once again. Let's... You know what, let's just reload and hit that again and try to get through cleanly. They actually drop a lot of cash each. As far, I do have about 7k crystallized because we found something to spend 10k on that we're going to try to get if I can get back to that at some point. And my main vendor is currently unavailable anyway. Okay. I'm missing every dodge even though we see the tell clear as day. I can't believe how difficult it is to dodge this one. Let's go back and redo it. Yeah, we found someone who charges 10k for a mystery item that we have not revealed yet, and that seems awfully interesting. So yeah, that's clearly going to go up to that passage and rejoin it. We can tell it probably gives you the overseer for that node, I would guess. Nope, I can't dodge this thing at all. It's just... like, it gives you such a clear tell when it opens up, and I still can't dodge it. Okay, let's go back. It lets me. It's such a clear tell, and yet... Well, we have to learn how to fight those at some point. Not the last we're seeing of them. Okay, only 2 damage that time, but we have to deal with the next one too, so... Roll the little eyeball here. Okay. Love how the game just lets you do that, actually, with just little scattered pieces that are still spawned in. It's okay, we actually want to go right side this time, so... skip all that. Maybe we'll do things the sensible way this time with a ceiling climb, but let's see. Nope, there we go. Yeah, slashing that is actually not a bad idea. Okay, let's refill. We've got about 400 stashed right now that we stand to lose. But having a little refill point there will help, because we can just reload into this as much as we need. Oops. Yeah, I need to hit that point and then glide over. Oh, yeah. You see, I see a little bouncy node there. But also wanted to refresh. Well, we'll see what happens. I haven't been able to hit anything accurately up there yet. Oh, oh, that I didn't see that was hazardous. Yeah, you actually don't want to hit these, at least not all the time. But however, if you fall down into the safe landing point, then maybe you can proceed from there. Let me just see what to do. I do see where I'm supposed to swing across, but... Oh, no, I'm out of energy for... Here. Oh, you can just kind of bounce back and forth, actually. Oh, I see. You don't want to hit those walls because they bounce you into hazards directly, and that's the thing you actually want to avoid. And yeah, one of the issues here is that I'm losing energy when I need it for bounces like this. We can open up a shortcut passage down below. That's important. Is that a shortcut or is that something new? It drops back down below, yeah. We can reboot Alice here. Someone who isn't just unsalvageable for once, maybe. What does Alice have to say? Did Celia send you? That's just like her, worrying about too much about me, not enough about herself. Well, in that case, I suppose she was right. I came here to try and open a way to the greenhouse. But there's a huge beast guarding it. I didn't stand a chance, so I tried to run away. Seems I didn't make it very far. Oh well, at least I'm alive. That's my cue to leave. As soon as my diagnostic routine is over, I'm going back to Celia. Okay. Yeah, we don't need to fight any of those necessarily. And we can just continue to complete this passage unless I missed anything on the left, which was possibly the case. Oh, was trying to dodge that. Yeah, just retract those momentarily. That's how you deal with them. Then we can open this door from this side. Now that does not give me the overseer yet. It does give me a connecting passage back to where we've been before. And it allows me to crystallize. But we have not resolved the overseer issue in this area. Now, have we? Well, kind of looks like there's something up above that we can look at, but I'm probably just thinking of, yeah, the upper level that we've seen previously. So we've established all this. And there is something to the left here that I did not see, it seems. If I drop through the passage that we opened going down. Well, maybe we should return to that. Let me just check this one more time first. Okay, nothing of note. So yeah, because we opened up that passage, but I didn't actually explore downwards now, did I? Oh right, because it's one of these nodes that we want to... It means to break through first. Okay, that's fine. Well, we'll still need to resolve that overseer problem, but possibly that's once you break through that gate on the left. So let's go back down below then and see if we can get that power. Since we have a rough idea of where it's almost certainly located. to make it through this guy. Yeah, once it tries to do a melee attack, at least that's a little more readable. That's okay, we just need to get through it and farm up a good amount of currency off of it before we proceed back here. And we'll head back downstairs. That was rough. You know what? We'll just reload health here. We shouldn't be taking so much damage against something that simple. We'll just bring it back out. Yeah, Naker is pretty easy to farm in general. You just reload enemies by save points. It's not hard to get that back. Regardless, I'm not going to try that yet another time just yet. Let's just go back downstairs. And yeah, previously we kind of hopped into the tubes before we properly explored the space down here, and so there's a lot more to see there that we didn't properly explore. A lot of locked doors, as we can see, and we'll have to see if we currently have the means to deal with that yet, or if we need to go back to the hand for a big fight first. All the way down to shuttle service. And yeah, we didn't even check this side, in fact, to see what kind of lock it is. That seems rather important to establish. And so what is this locked behind? Locked from the other side, okay. Loop from below, I guess. I don't think the hand was terribly impressed I was slaughtering all the bots. So we'll head on up and recover the passages that we'd seen previously. And go through the first part of the tube, but then not enter the second part just yet, this time. Until we've properly explored the right side. Lots of passages all over that we haven't really explored yet. Yeah, so this is where I expect to get the relevant power. But we stopped a little bit short of exploring in that direction the last time we exited over here. In fact, oh, there we go. You came. Thank you, customer. Now let me show you the tricks I learned about opening doors. Okay, so they've got the authenticator. So yeah, last time I think I didn't really even hit this save. Maybe, or didn't proceed past it. Still no fighters, so I'll follow you from a distance. As soon as I pick up Mel's signal, I'll let you know. See you later. Yeah, so I did hit this, but we didn't explore further to the right to see what that big room was. And yes, Amphiz, that's absolutely one form of authentication. So I didn't check anything here past the pipe, and so it's kind of important that I do, I think. And then we can chain some grappling here, and I said chain some grappling here. Come on. Oh, I could have made it to the right side. Let's just do it this way instead. That works. And we have a raid coming in from Zach Divine. Look at all these cabinets over here. And a giant hand bot over there. Latching onto the cabinets. Let's give a big shout out to Zach Divine first. Hope Dead by Daylight was going well over there today. And an unknown object. Look at that, code and component. First one we've seen in a while, but we filled that in. Eventually, when we have enough cores, we just buy 4 more of those minimum that we know are still available at the shop once Mel has been recovered. So yeah, this we still don't have the means to open, but perhaps when we complete a little more of this passage, we'll get around to the relevant location. And yeah, it was fun over there. Hope you've also had a chance to see some more 10MMC playthroughs in recent weeks. Okay, so let's get back up to the authentication points, because otherwise we'll just be in the same pipe system as before. I don't know if there was anything else up top here that we could have reached and looked at. Look at the scale of this place, incidentally. The books, the cabinets, everything here shows you what a tiny rat our character is after all. And yeah, look at this little human-like avatar at the back as well. There's a lot going on in this room, in this little workshop here, that we will want to think about once we've established a little more of what's going on. It's very similar to the statue that's up in Metropolis, incidentally. The Traveler statue. But just the scale of this place. It is also very much akin to some of the spaces in the studio's previous game, Shady Part of Me, actually. There are a few places that kind of look like this. Although in the case of that game, it's very much kind of an externalization of the character's psychology. Here, I think the scale is to be taken literally. That we have a sense of what a nanobot our character actually is. And then, oh, well, we should jump across and then our way through over here. Whoop. And we should see if we can grab that down below once we get rid of this thing. And, well, all the ones that have been created here too, I guess. I'll try not to lose too much of that. Wasn't there something on the bottom right we didn't look at too? Let me go back for a moment. Or was I... Yeah, I thought I might have missed something. We had not really gone into this pipe, but we can check it. We'll cling on to it just in case we drop a little too low through the system. Or let's just go back to some of what we'd seen before, maybe. This looks new, actually. Maybe we can crack open this door while we're at it. And then, oh, this is a new part of the pipe system as well. These bots were asking for help at some point, but we finally do have another core for the first time in a while. Not that we can spend it yet. And we might as well check what's down here. And drop way too far down into unknown territory that we can't climb back up yet. This is something new to collect, though. Can we open a new shop location here, maybe? Later? There's a candle. And what is this one going to tell me? Trivial, useless, disposable, and unneeded candle for a lost unit. We don't know what candles are for at all yet, but the fact that they're in the key section seems like it'll be awfully important. We have 9 of them currently. And I guess we are supposed to climb back up. This does look very much like the shop location that we had in the central section, though. I guess we'll be going back up. Okay, all that has been accounted for. Oh, now... Soothing refuge. How soothing are we talking about? What does this one do for me? Not really saying much of anything. It's locked from the other side. We'll find some interaction with it eventually, I suppose. Okay, this is new material. Rather, it seems so, but we can't actually do anything about this spot yet. Could be a return path for later, or just a way to scout this room. See what we're dealing with. Actually, no, it looks like we have to break this from the outside, perhaps. Like, break this open, and then this becomes a connecting passage. There's a torn overseer. I did find one earlier that we could not activate. We're not allowed to activate. I don't know if that was the one or if... well, we're just back into the original location here. Well, we might as well save here even. At the cost of reloading some enemies. And Sam Fizzy said, wait, that room does have the same port thing on the ceiling that Mill plugs into. I think that's maybe where she used to work. Yeah, it's very much an analogous location. I was absolutely reading it that way. Anyway, let's go back to the left. Oops. Almost made it across that way, just blundering all the way over. Whoops. No. A little too much distracting me, perhaps. You know what? Let's just crawl up top. Why aren't we doing it that way? That's so much simpler. Also, let's check ceiling. No. No opening I can see. That's a lot of bots. Oh, and then a little opening here that's tucked away. Yeah, lots of little nooks and crannies like that all over this game that are sometimes very subtle in their placement. I think we had seen this door previously, or something similar to it. Whoop. Gonna get Pac-Man out of here. Yeah, actually it looks like we should be able to unseal a few of these doors and create a shortcut passage. This is all new material here though, so even if it's not a shortcut at all, then it's just a way to proceed. Why are they shoved into drawers, all the friends here? Well, I mean, this is obviously a workshop of sorts down here in the vaults to supply the station with bots, right? I wonder if I've gone too far this way and I should have checked the left side first. I kind of thought that since this was tucked away, this might be a side path, but that might have been wrong. That's okay. I'm trying to complete a circuit of sorts here to get back to a save point, perhaps. Ooh. Wow, that tracks you like crazy. Okay, activate pump. Let's do that. And maybe that does something for me here. We'll grab a core. What is activating the pump to? I guess we'll find out soon enough. Now, I stand to lose about 600 if we take too many hits here, so we ought to be careful. These ones seem like they absolutely try to seek you. Let's get out of here. Wow, look at that beam. So we pumped something there. I think that might affect perhaps the pipes down below. And there's clearly a lower door here that is locked and which I would like to explore when it's a little safer to do so, but currently we can't really make it down there just yet. I'd rather not mess with that yet. I'd rather check the left to see if we have a place to reload some health first. Heading up top here, can't really see. This whole area is definitely tucked away though, and this seems interesting. I guess that was the only way to go then. There is a pipe. I do want to see if there's a place to replenish health first before we go too deep. There is. Now let's not die to this, because then we can refresh properly. And if we find a place to crystallize, it's even better. Well, let's get some health back first. Getting pretty close to that 10k if we don't lose everything. Whoa. Okay, so we've done this top passage here now that might wrap back up to the top in some way, and well, we'll see, because it looks like when we get a chance to map this, then we'll get a better sense of what I've been doing, but that eventually we do want to wrap around to where we'll get that new traversal power to break through those barriers. And not exactly sure how that power will look, but we'll have to find out when I'm not also dodging all of this stuff. Oh, no, I was trying to glide under that. This is interesting. High risk voucher. Allows to purchase an extra layer of protection on stackable and naked basins. Interesting. I mean, I don't know what the cost is yet, but we can check it. That's more for when you're in exploration mode rather than boss mode, though, I think. Yeah, so you can get basically a +1 point temporarily if you need to do that. I doubt I'll be taking it, to be honest, but we'll keep it in mind. Oh, missed. Almost had the right idea there. No. Nope, hang on. I had a method for this. Tap and glide. Oh, except I spent my double jump. Then you just cling, and then you can get out. Luckily, we know that health is right here. And then now, having grabbed that, we know that the way to continue will be, in fact, down below. Although, maybe there's a way to go up top. Let's see. This looks conspicuously jumpable. Oh, it's maybe not jumping right into that, but yeah, it's still explorable up there, so let's keep going. Quite an expansive zone down here, in fact. Whoa, that was faster and lower than I expected. And yeah, much faster than I expected. Actually, we need to figure this out. Also, no, I can't just swipe into this. I was thinking I could just bounce over that. Let's get some health first before we do too much here. And we do know, of course, there's the lower passage that we'll want to push later on. But let's do this side first. Nope. That does come a little bit out of nowhere there. Let's be careful. No, can't stall that long. What you can do is... Whoops, no, not like that. I was about to say, just do the stationary glide in the air and then slide over with good timing, but then that is dependent on how much energy we're dealing with at the time. Nope, hang on. Okay. That's correct. Okay. That was all we needed. However, this we need to be careful with if we're slapping the junk pile. Nope, wrong. You tap down, then you continue to grapple right. Totally looks like you can grapple up too, but I don't see why you would. Nothing to grab onto up there. Looks like return pathway, in fact. Okay, there we go. Relatively stylish. This is going to be a ceiling climb. We need to watch out for the timing on it. And then, whoop, and then you can fall down, but then if you fall down, you need to not get chopped. Oh, I got chopped. Interesting that you can just kind of stand on that ledge, but probably not advisable to do so. Now, we can't sustain much more damage from this point, so we have to be very cautious. That's in the pipe. We can't actually touch that. However, where am I? This looks like it's very close to a fight. It's a fight. Okay, we're probably dead. I'm gonna lose hundreds at this point. Yeah, no. That was very far from any kind of save, and we're going to lose 838, which I think was my biggest loss in one go so far. But after a long adventure like that, that's not unthinkable that would have happened. There seems to be a little top area there that might have given me a shortcut back to a save that we didn't explore. Probably that top slot that I was looking at on the way over when we were zipping about. That's okay. Nature comes quickly in this game. We'll get it back. It'll just be a little longer before we can buy that 10k item. Now, I don't remember... Oh yeah, no, right. That we can't break through yet. Remember what that gate was. Let's see... It was a satisfying sequence to get through, but I bet we were just maybe slightly away from some location that would have we get through. It still surprises me sometimes that we don't just take collision damage in this game from running into things. That it still catches me off guard that this doesn't happen. Now notice that we have not completely explored down this passage yet, but it looks like the lower passage is what will eventually get us back to the hand, so we should do top first to complete the circuit and see what was up there. Yeah, absolutely our biggest single loss thus far, but we've mapped the area now and that is significant. I feel like it's a little bit of guesswork for the timing on this first one here. Yeah, because can't really see if we're claiming a safe timing, but that's okay. Nope. Okay, as long as we can make it to the place where we can replenish health, we know how to sneak around this stuff. Now, the upper passage is right past here. This is exactly where I thought there was an upper passage, and I was correct. Now, it might just be a return path given what we're looking at here, but yeah, maybe we can, in fact, get a glide out of that. If we can, then not really. Seems a little bit out of reach. Yeah, that's a little out of reach. So let's try to reach a health refresh point first. Maybe we need to go back down. We should maybe go back down and replenish while we still can. And slap this thing while we still can. Sneak under. Zip through quickly. That is curious. I do wonder if there's a way. Seems odd that there isn't a way. Yeah, because I can't glide across there with the energy I have. Whoa, that was disaster all around. Let's replenish health. Don't want to take too many risks here. We'll do it a slow and steady way until we can sustain ourselves just a little bit better. Now, if we can't get up there yet, at least not easily, then doesn't mean we'll need to deal with that enemy. That's not actually a named boss or anything. It's just a heavier enemy than we're used to dealing with. And a new pattern that we haven't figured out how to dodge just yet. It's kind of curious that we don't have any way to get up. And it looks like it is kind of a dead end there that I don't know if we'll be able to return there from another location and drop back down here, for instance. But it looks like it's maybe the edge of some other, whoa, bit of traversal that we should be aware of. But this, okay, that was a disaster. Let's, again, just try to minimize risk here, even at the cost of time. That was a bit of a close shave. Nope, that was too close to shave once again. This is, okay. Very quick timing to deal with. Have to be very cautious. Alright, let's let this come down. Nope. Couldn't get in position. No, couldn't. Okay, that's not as clean as it was going earlier. Let's redo it a bit. It is a bit of a tricky timing, given how quickly that's coming up and down on the left. Okay, and then once you sneak around and clear sailing from there. But yeah, I assume that I can't actually get up to the top yet, but it looks like it might be a dead ender, so I feel like I'm supposed to be able to get there, but then I don't know how to reload energy at this point. Or get within range of the climb, so it might be something mechanically that we don't understand about that yet, or which we don't have the ability to deal with yet. I missed it. Okay, let's not go back every single time. It's just costing us so much time at this stage, and we'll just have to regret this later. Yeah, so it looks like maybe we can sneak up from above. There is a path to go down from the top, but we can't get there yet. But it is supposed to be a drop from the top that might be through this door that is on the left that we had not previously gotten through yet. Right, because when you break the crystalline wall that we can't break yet, then that probably connects. And so we don't have the ability to go there yet. Oh, didn't watch that at all, actually. Nope. Nope, nope. Okay, now we're living hazardously. Considering that the enemy that we need to fight is up ahead very soon. This may be a very quick loss here. Nope. I did not mean to get caught in that ledge. I was trying to go under it. Didn't lose that much this time, but we weren't really working to collect there to begin with. So let's redo the whole passage where we can. The way it is set up, it looks like it's all doable without striders if you really wanted, but probably not advisable. But given how flexible the routing seems to be in this game, I kind of wonder what the actual requirements are for certain things. I mean, it seems like you require striders to go up these pipes, for instance. You can't really get up here without that, but maybe we're making all kinds of assumptions here. Yeah, you need striders to get a job, that's true. That's just how the economy is like this in these days. Anyway, let's go back up. Okay, this timing here is always a bit of a thrill. Oh, whoops. First time I hit that specifically, actually. That's embarrassing. Let's refill. I mean, we need to avoid enough damage that we can actually have a reasonable fight with that one buzzsaw enemy. That timing was totally off that time. I don't know why it went that badly, but there we are. Okay, managed to sneak around that just fine. Interesting that there's that node on the left. Maybe, yeah, you're supposed to kind of straighten out there and then head right. Oh, no. Yeah, again, just got caught on the ledge. Every time. I was trying to sneak under it and it just did not work. So, probably a bad strategy to begin with to take that angle, but we never did find out what the pumping station did, by the way. And what I exactly manipulated there. Okay, so we'll get into this fight. I was actually trying to look at a map here. And then that connects over to the right side. That might affect some background pipe passage, perhaps, that we can get through afterwards. Who knows? We'll see what this gets us. Oh, that's not maybe the point that we should be latching onto. Okay, it's going to drag like that. So when it's in a grounded position, let's just watch this carefully at first. Nope, oh, it just flips and stops. Well, that's a long way back. That's okay. Yeah, so when you see the flash, obviously, that gives you a dodge timing that we just abjectly failed to hit, but If we can just clean up the platforming such that we can get into that fight with enough of a health pool to allow for some mistakes, then that would be improvement. Also, did we never check the bottom left here? Oh yeah, no, that's nothing. Okay. Skip all of this, and then... Yeah, Striders is the obvious solution there, actually. And you can just cut across this way if you are really feeling fancy about it. Okay. Pretty quick route back here at least. Nope. Let's just reload. And we need to get rid of this thing anyway, so we have access to the fountain. Since that's going to come up quite a bit here, I think. Let's watch the timing. Oops. Just a little out of range there. Taking way too much damage all around. No, we just completely mismatched that timing. Let's go back down. With that timing to cut across while there's the roller kind of going back and forth above you. I haven't yet figured out how to adjust my timing in the middle of that movement if we potentially guess wrong. Nope, too close to the edge. Yikes. Yeah, we will be cautious about this because I do need to be able to absorb some mistakes on that fight while we're still learning how to read it. Oh, nope. Couldn't get out there in time. Okay, let's watch this. Yeah, I just need a good entry timing there in the first place. Oh, nope. That was a little too ambitious there. Wrap around. There we go. Now this thing here, we don't want to get on the ledge, but we do want to... Nope. Couldn't get around that. Nope. And of course now we have not much of a damage buffer at all going into the fight. There we go. Finally found a clean pattern for that. Now if we could find some way to reload health before we get into that fight, that would be great. I don't see any possibility for that just yet, so I think we just have to do it and not get hit twice. Nope, was trying to dodge that, didn't. Yeah, we really can't get in there with 1 point remaining. We have to clean up the platforming. Skip it all. There we go. Pretty quick passage back, at least. Nope. It's got squeezed there every time. It is a tight timing there from what I can see. Oh yeah, we need to get rid of this anyway, so let's do it again. Okay, might as well tap this thing again and see if we can keep it this time. Let's wait for this timing. Here we go. Now let's see if we can do this accurately. Here we are. Okay, this is the best we've done in terms of getting this far. Now we'll have full health going into this fight, and that'll be a big plus. The health pool for this enemy is not very large. We just need to not take so many hits. And by not taking so many hits, I mean, well, exactly what I said. There is a pretty visible dodge timing, but we're not hitting it consistently. And wow, I was rushing it down a little too aggressively that time. I saw that we were very close and got a bit careless about defending. So despite getting in there with full health, we did take another loss, but that's okay. We at least can get there with full health now, and that is what we have to do to have any reasonable chance of success. And we just need to hit the dodge timing a bit cleaner when we get a flash on his attack. Whoa, off my usual pattern here, unfortunately. That's okay, we'll get to the health refresh once we get back upstairs. So yeah, we'll need to take this out first anyway, and we'll just do it. Okay, so for this one, the timing is that you grapple over as this first one is coming to the left. Not sooner. Oh, nope, missed a grapple. That's the problem. Do we want to go back down for full health, or do we not have the patience to be that exact? Let's see. No, we do need to go back. That was too much double jumping there, throwing off the timing entirely. Okay, again, we wait for it to start coming left, and then that's when we start. Missed. No, this is the wrong timing. Okay, so I did have a timing worked out for this one. We're down by 1 point this time, but we'll hopefully get a reasonable fight. Gonna watch the flash. Good attack timing. Stay out of range otherwise, maybe. Nope, now it's just rolling around everywhere and nope, missed that dodge as well. Well, one more dodge should do it. There we go. Hopefully we'll get some health back soon. And thank you for the GG, that was trickier to get to than we might have hoped, but now we finally get the power. Okay, great, great, great. Well, letter from Tomo, it all makes sense now. I'm sure it does. What's Sam's going to hear this time? There's gloom water in our pearls. It's what we're made of. You know about that? Did you know and not tell me? Yeah, I mean, I guess there's why there's this whole pumping station or whatever down here, and this whole pool of gloom water is that we are made of refined poison when our processes start degenerating after a while. So, and they realize, Tomo realizes rather, that the decay is just a part of the natural process, what they're made of, and hence the pursuit of a vaccine. I need to go back to the source, the crucible where our pearls are made. Seems like that's something that's in store for us too. Anyway, we will obviously be punching through here once we've had a little chat with Samsk, but I'm guessing that this node here, well, I guess it would help you climb back up from low potential. I'm just sort of wondering what its purpose will be, but let's learn the next ability. Sam Fizz, you said that fight took you a surprising amount of tries too. Yeah, I still don't really have the dodge timing down. We just managed to keep away for long enough to get a few slashes in. This is the first time I've come back to the vault since I parted ways with Hallen. What a weird feeling. It's really hard to imagine Tomo around here. They aren't built to navigate all the death traps of an automated factory. The travelers themselves were outright forbidden. Stars, I didn't miss this place at all. At least I can prepare you for it. Okay, so now we will have a way to break this stuff, and we'll see exactly what kind of ability this will be. So, and the off-screen narrator is going to talk to us again. There's a place I could never reach. So do we just slash, or is there something? Oh, I guess, no, we need to cast an energy shard. So, yeah, by hitting the grapple points, then we project something through here, it seems. Cast an energy shard. Then what? Then we can hit this. Oh, so it takes it down like a shield of sorts. Except we would need to jump up towards it, and then what? And then we can slap it. Okay. The deepest depths. Below even her industrious belly. So we could do this, and then tap this, and then... Oh, miss. Hang on. Up, and then tap. Then do we have a limited amount of time to do it? No, it seems to stay up for some time. Now we need to break the shield from this side. And then, yeah, there is a limited amount of time, so... And then we get through it. Where motion happens. I wish I could have touched her heart. Okay, this feels very natural after a while. I'm sure there's some enemy shielding that we'll need to get through at some point using this mechanic. I want to feel her pulse under my hand. Okay, very neat. That's the thing, sometimes in games like these, it's most satisfying when you see some kind of gate and you don't know exactly what the ability will be that gets you across it, and then the exact nature of it turns out to be something inventive. Always nice to see. Well, we'll be able to get through more gates now. Including whatever that was up top, which maybe we should go back and check. Then we'd have to go back through the pipe where we came in over here, and that's okay, we can certainly do that. And just check the entrance area again. Kind of wonder what slapping those nodes would do normally against things that are not shields. That's something that's also an open question at the moment. I'm just going to reverse through some of this, and yeah, you see a passage here already. That, as you can see, we are now able to project, and when we slap anything against anything else, then we have a burst of energy, it seems. That looks like it's going to lead to some interesting consequences. How interesting? Well, let's find out. Oh, no, that's glue monitor. Oh, lost energy and I couldn't... Yeah, I can't do that out of a glide. We have to actually hit that all the way. But then we can press this switch and then, whoa, that's going to change this positioning, and then open this gate. Splintering dodge. Dodging an attack generates an energy shard. Interesting. Imagine energy shards so common that we could use them as simple lampposts. That seems actually pretty inventive. We might have to play around with that in a little bit, but anyway, we might want to go back to jump towards the bottom right, or we could go back down to check that lower passage Either way seems fine, really. Let's check the right side first. But then the entire lower patches looked like was kind of set up to be harder to spot, like a bit of a secret. But we'll have to find out. So this is just back to where we came in initially. Let's find that tape that we were using in the first place. Not through here. Let me think about this. We had to head on up. Well, we'll see where the other gate leads us. Yeah, so you can project energy in a certain direction just by slapping anything. I certainly think we haven't seen more than the barest notion of what the implications will be. Let's blow up the right side here and find out. And that is something that will go to the vault's entrance. That's interesting. Locked from the other side. Oh, there's more to explore up here eventually, but... Is it going to drop something on me? No, this is what to stand at. It looks like you could go below to lift too, and that might be interesting. Let's see if we can unlock at least some of this. That cuts back across. Right, because this was the shortcut door from coming downstairs. Which makes me think we can wrap back down below and see what was under the lift. This totally looks like a fight. Oh, here's another one. Well, now maybe we can project some energy against it, though. In fact, I'm going to try that. Nope, getting hit by everything. Let's get just rush it down if we can. It's sloppy. We can blow this up and see what lies in store. Nah, that's not well timed. How much do we stand to lose at the moment? 400 something. Let's go back first, perhaps. Not that we have a good point for crystallizing right now, but we should at least reload some health. So if we go back downstairs over here, yeah. Looked from the other side. We'll get back to that at some point. Let's try to go back to a save point once I can do so safely. And this shows you where that goes. I really do wonder, like, if this goes all the way down, then maybe we should try this passage first. Because it kind of looks like it's a sneaky optional thing almost to be able to poke down there. It's the less obvious spot and therefore the one we should be checking first. Rather than the one that just comes naturally with mainline progression. Oh, that was unfortunate. Well, we can get in that location that is there pretty quickly and see if there was anything else that I missed here from not having really pursued this completely. Just checking the ceiling and the adjoining walls dangling down from it to see if there's anything to look at there. Oh, oops, thought I could just glide across. I didn't have the energy to do it. This has been a bit of a disaster all around this time, actually. I feel like we might lose here if we're not careful. I may actually go back up to the upper level just to grab a bit of replenishment here while I can. Why am I hurting the harmless orbs? Who said they were harmless? They're mostly harmless. The small ones who float around the air, I don't think they're harmless. I mean, why would they be chomping around now? Otherwise. Also because now we can hit things from energy. See, that's not harmless. It's very harmful. Have I confirmed they're a threat? Yeah. Multiple times now. Oh, not those ones. Which ones are you talking about then? Let me see. Have I just been hitting stuff indiscriminately? Yes, but... Oh, you mean the ones that just kind of float around in the pipes? Yeah. I mean, they have health bars. Do they really have smiley faces? I didn't think they were smiling. Maybe we just can't tell when they're being kind. Yeah, I guess no wonder the hand is reacting to us so poorly here. As we're just nuke everything indiscriminately. It's true, everyone does have health bars, including all the friendlies. But then, not all the friendlies can be hit, right? Like, these ones can be hit, and therefore... perhaps should be. Okay, this is not going well. Oh. So flow restored. Ah, I see. You need to sit on the pump. You need to sit on the pump for a certain amount of time. You can only do that if these guys are out of the way first. Fuel level. Yeah, so that's why we couldn't work the pump system properly earlier. We needed to do this first. But then if you fill it, it only fills temporarily, but then... if you pump it like this and fill the whole tank, then what does that even get you? Well, currently there's a lower passage that we can get to. Oh, I see. It just pumps by itself. Yeah, no, you don't actually affect it at all. It just goes down. Because of the pump, and that's what pumps do. But it gives you this passage here, which then opens this door. And we'll see what that leads to. These ones do not have smiley faces, so... we'll just take them out. Yeah, so by restoring the pump, we now have a rising and falling fluid level. We will probably have to deal with in some fashion. As you can see, you can sneak under the left side once that becomes available. Oh. This is going to be a bit of a problem here. If we don't restore everything soon, and yeah, that is a huge loss now. 951 new record loss, in fact. Okay, at least we know what that is now. So yeah, a bit of a big oof there, but that's fine, I guess. And we didn't actually see... oh, right. The reason that there's this lower passage here is because we saw that by way of the pipes at an earlier time. It does seem like this passage is the one that eventually leads back to the hand, though. But if that's the case, then what's this passage all about? Because there's a lower level here that maybe it loops to as well. I don't know, I still think this route is the more interesting of the two, which is why we're pursuing it. That is a difficult fight there, though. So these ones are apparently harmless? Well, I mean, they give me grapple points. Let's just skip some of this stuff. So yeah, actually these ones are a bit of a threat to deal with, especially at a very long range like this. We can weaken these enemies significantly now. There's a passage down below that seems to get covered up with fluid. Not really. It's not totally clear to you how the slingshot ability works on enemies rather than energy shards. You're saying, and it sometimes feels like it works and sometimes it doesn't. I'm not sure. I mean, I definitely had some issues activating it first until I realized I had to hold the button longer than I thought I had to. Oh, whoops. How did I get dunked in there? I guess I lost energy. Oh, no, standing too close. Let it go down first, drain properly. Okay, now we need to fight this stuff. Well, this is a bit of a problem. Okay. At least the enemy is down. Which means that we can sustain ourselves with a float. Yeah, you can sustain yourself infinitely with a float, actually, since we get energy back for tapping these. I can't really see at this point, that's the issue. And then, yeah, no, that's a problem, because I can't grapple if I'm out of energy. Oh, you mean the ability I just got, the where you project the energy through something that you hit. Yeah, we'll try to look at that systematically and see if we have a good understanding of it. Losing a ton of cash today, but that's okay. We're a little while away from getting back to that one that gives you 10k anyway. Or rather, charges you 10k. You've been using the right stick when platforming and moving a lot. That's interesting. Just for the camera view or for something else? Just to deal with things that are out of view, perhaps? Oh. Bit of a mistake there. Nope. Just missing some of the necessary dodges here. I think my fingers have been too busy with the face buttons to be moving around the camera that much. Okay, we need to get out and then tap this stuff. I'm in a bad situation here. Okay. There we go. That's down. Now we float. 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 Until it goes down, then we wrap around. There we go. Now we need to deal with not taking a hit off this guy. I think we'll just skip it, actually. I don't think I should fight that. Not in this state. Until I can see where I can get more health. There is a core down there. I don't trust that location yet. Let's see if we can make a connecting passage before we get too deep in. But that was a core. And yeah, good call to find this first. And as far as the camera goes, you're saying in several spots it's revealed some areas beyond the environment that wasn't intended to be seen. Oh, and just clipping through. And Goliath is still just kind of sitting here. You seem lost. Well, I can only sympathize. This place is confusing. Not quite sure how I ended up here myself. Although in my case, it doesn't bother me much. This place is as good as any for what I'm doing. I'll figure out an exit once I'm done. Apologies, it does sound quite rude. I'd gladly show you my work, but I don't feel ready to share. It's not complete yet. Besides, it only makes sense if you've read the rest of the stories first. Oh, he's writing something and we're not far enough in the series, I guess. So notice that here, movement abilities, we've got everything except whatever's going on top. Notice that we've got everything from Tomo except whatever's going on top. And yeah, we've got 3 of the 5 voices that are essentially the main quest. Then lore over here, keys over here, still missing a few things. And relics over here. Travelers reports over here. Data corruption over here. So this is starting to fill in. This is starting to fill in as well, I guess, but we were actually still missing about half. So, still lots to explore for here and there. But anyway, we've found a connecting passage. Now, why was it we didn't get through here previously? This is through the pipes. Oh, I see. Yes, that's right. Because we came through here before, only to hit the core that we collect in this spot. Maybe, given the pipes here, perhaps you eventually arrive down below and manage to get through some of this piping from one side to the other somehow. Like if you climb on the ceiling, the floor down below this one, which we haven't get to yet, there will be something to do. Anyway, in that case, let's keep pressing. And remember that I still have not pressed over here yet. And that there's still more to explore up on the top right as well. Okay, more cores. Gladly take them. And when are we expanding that shop? Pretty soon, I think. Rather, recovering that shop. Yeah, it does look like this is the path that goes to the hand. We'll just have to double back to see the other side at some point. You too can work towards a safer vessel by enlisting in the Hand's workforce right now. It only takes a minor update your framework and a total obliteration of your free will. Do not hesitate. Come join us, and together we can take the gloom out of the gloom water. More pumping stations. Okay, we still had double jump here. That's okay. I guess we're heading down. Now, what does this area get me? It gets me over to the pumping station. Then through the pipe. It's currently halted. Does this let me through? Yes, it does. I just want to check here if it's... Whoa, no. We ran straight into the fluid. Yeah, you do in fact need to lower this first. That's better. And now does it go back and forth? It does. And then I can pass through the right side. Okay, nothing that I can see down below at the moment. The music turning on after the pump reminds you of Metroid Prime 4. It does. In its own little way. Right, because this is where you can probably start going through some... Oh, not that. Then we need to mine a laser here that tracks you everywhere. Nope. Yeah, at least you don't get comboed when you get hit by something and then fall into a hazard. You don't take damage from the hazard. We noticed that a little while ago. It's a welcome accommodation. Might as well just put this as well and open this. And skip the fight for the moment while we just try to find a point of safety. Let's, yeah, crystallize this first, and then we'll go back and fight that stuff after we've had a chance to recover. More pumping stations. Beyond repair. Oh, whoops. Well, good thing we crystallize. You know what? We could have just done glide over here, perhaps. Nope. But then, without having pumped this doesn't let you through yet. To the other side. We need to go through the pipe system, I think. Or get the pumping back in place to lower the fluid and get across. Now we can't check the left side room, but I'd rather see if we can get some replenishment somewhere first. That's a big guy over there. Let's maybe check the getaway before we do anything. Getting closer to that 10,000 mark that we would have reached by now had we not made so many catastrophic errors. Okay, so that fight, can't tell what if anything is guarding, but we'll skip around it for the moment. This door is still locked here, but if we go back upstairs now, I think we're able to go through some of the areas that we couldn't reach. Interesting change of music here as well. So, I don't know that we want to fight that just yet. That does not seem to be guarding anything that's significant for us yet, but we'll maybe reconsider once I have some health to work with. Let's try to get across the right side first. And connect some passages now that the pumping station is opening up some room to move under this pipe. Let's wait until we can follow it as it's going down so we can really traverse this properly. across this way. There we go. The hand works in secrecy, but I suspect she's using all this gloom water or something. I was seeing this area before. Not a lot that we're picking up here, but we'll head on up and see what else we can reveal. Okay. Oh, nope, just a little bit short, unfortunately. Now we're a long way from there. So, let's see the map. Yeah, we're a long way out, but we can probably make it back. Looks like it's kind of looping around. Yeah, back up to the central room here anyway. And so that looks like what we should be doing. Maybe it does restore another warp point or something to that effect, or gives us something else substantial to work with. But we should, in fact, redo that whole passage. I don't know that we really open up any meaningful shortcuts apart from activating the pumps, though. And there are a few areas that we haven't been able to uncover along the way, too. Very long passage, but we did keep our cache and map out a whole lot. Oh, missed. Really do need to estimate the slashing range a lot better sometimes. Yeah, we go down with our current health. Maybe we should replenish first just to be safe. Given that we have to deal with the ones that fire the laser beams everywhere, they can be a bit of a challenge to deal with. Just miss every shot. There we go. Okay, so I guess we'll follow the whole passage down. Oh, you know what? We did have a shortcut. We had the Goliath shortcut. Let me try to remember where that even was. Yeah, just down below and then through the gate. Maybe? I don't remember. There was a shortcut through the Goliath at one point, but I did not pay any attention to where that was on the map. Also, oh, these were the supposedly harmless ones, yeah. Also, do we go through the lower passage on the right side? Let's let the fluid come down first. There's totally something on the right. We've been here? Oh yeah, no, this just connects back to the side of the pumping station we see over here. Yeah, and then that is the Goliath shortcut. That is where it is. Okay, so now we know. It goes through here. Now, when we proceeded through here, I see a little glowing passage that looks like maybe it's breakable. Except we didn't really take a good look at it. Yeah, we've been down here before, but let me just check it again to see if there's anything else we can do down here. This was the area we talked about previously, which looks like it was an extension of the same kind of shop. The original shop location. Right, we'll check this before. There's nothing new. Let's head back up and do the long passage again. Unless there was anything that I could have opened from here that we couldn't before. Yeah, this was where we went under this pipe. But we don't have anything like a shortcut passage. So we will need to take the long way. That's okay, the Goliath is already a significant shortcut. What I can tell. Can't always trust a map just by itself because of the way that the piping system gets you in and out of so many different passages at once. But anyway, this will show us that to the left here there was a top room that we didn't explore. So let's be attentive to the ceiling here. Oh, we bypassed it. Okay, so whoops. So in this room, some kind of top layer we're not seeing. Up above that ledge. Whoops. We can maybe float towards it. What am I? Yeah. Yeah, that ledge right there. Maybe we can slash across to it. Oh, because we had the strong slash, I missed that. Maybe that's accessible actually just from this angle. It's much easier. Hang on. So we connected back up here. That's something new. I can't seem to project anything towards that node. Maybe though. Well, let's see. Yeah, so this will be a problem to solve that we need to find out how we have the means to open those up. Maybe we have to use that ability that where you dodge and then crystal. Without it, I wonder how this is doable. It seemed kind of strange for it to be something ability dependent on the modifiers, rather, because that rarely turns out to be the case. So there might be some mechanic here that we're missing when it comes to projecting energy through these. Take a look. Yeah, so the slingshot And the thing is, I keep thinking of the grapple travel effect sometimes as a slingshot, which is why we were verbally a bit confused with the name of this. Uses sharpened tendrils to cast a powerful energy blast when hitting energy shards. Now, we know that a dodge can get you an energy shard if you plug in search something, and so that would be a way to do this, but we'd need to build into it before we're able to do anything of the sort. It certainly won't happen this way. Yeah, because this does give you the ability to dodge something, maybe. We don't want to mess around with that, though. Taking too much damage at this point. So yeah, this is an interesting room. Look, we definitely have to come back when we figure out something else about the interaction, or find a place to change out some modifiers to try to get that dodge going, although dodge timing is itself not trivial. Anyway, I guess we should continue, even though damage is going to be a bit of an issue here, perhaps. Anything below here? Not really. We've been to the bottom left there. I think we had. No, we hadn't. This is new. Extra coating processor. Extra layer protection for every 3 enemies defeated. That's interesting. Non-stackable, though. We'll have to play around with some of those later when we have the points available to experiment. Let's just bypass that. Not messing with it. We did find a lower passage here. But we didn't finish going up top here. Oh, right, yeah, that's because we haven't dealt with this one yet. I don't know that we will just yet. Come back for it at some point. There are a number of things we'll come back for. Mistimed that a little bit. We started to cling a little bit late. Or rather, a little bit too far to the left. Hand always has a plan, the hand never shares her plan. No, we can't really take much damage at this point, so... Cross over here. This is as far as we got previously. Overseer returned. Kind of thought this would be it. That will be helpful. You need to watch the fluid level here, though, I think. Here I come. Rosinante. Which you may remember is the name of Don Quixote's faithful steed. Thank you so much for draining the leak. Time got quite long after 524 years. Is the old hag still in charge, or did I miss her embedding? Oh, I'm so eager to discover all that's changed. Oh, that's interesting. So we got slashed by another point. So does that mean one damage takes off the last 3 points now? It might. Anyway, those of you in the know here are saying, oh no. Oh, poor thing, I'm beyond repair. Well, there's a passage down here at some point. This gets us back. Well, let's refresh here at some point. Kind of interesting that you have this permanent debuff that keeps mounting. Yeah, after 524 years, all he got was death. That's okay. I mean, it's not very pleasant, but... Well, this is the first time since the very beginning of the game that we've seen this seemingly permanent loss of white health. Go, whoa! Game just froze. I was warned by somebody that there are crashing problems in this game a little bit, but that's okay. We just hit a save point. We just hit a save point, so give me a moment. We'll reload into the game. That's my first crash, actually, but I was told in chat in one of the previous streams that late game crashes do exist. So anyway, we'll get back in just a moment. Okay, luckily, we were just here. Do we want to mess around with the setup a little bit, just to try some things? I think I would like to, actually. Just to see how this extra layer protection thing works. Perhaps, if we can build towards that somehow. And extra layer protection does mean extra diamond. Which was the one that we just picked up? This one, extra coating processor. Well, that answers the question of why we would slaughter the innocents, right? But what would I possibly want to take off for it? I mean, to take off a 10 and take off a 20, we don't have that much flexibility, but... Let's experiment a little bit. I just want to see what it's like. Or we can, of course, take one of these to give us lots of extra power. Which... Let's see. Obviously, the every 3 enemies one is not going to be very good for bosses. I just want to see how it works. We'll probably change back. Yeah, Sam Fizzy says you played on PC and haven't crashed once. And 069, you said you did have a crash today. So let's defeat 1, let's defeat 2. Let's see if these count as enemies, if they're apparently so innocent. Yeah, so you see you get 1 extra layer there. Now it says non-stackable. So, if, for example, if we just hit a few more, then presumably nothing happens. Yeah. But then it gives you maybe a little bit of replenishment. Like if you lose it, then you can gain it back, right? Anyway, Rad is going to tell me something here, and this time, no crash. I think this pipe leads directly to Mel. And to her abductor, too. I hope you're prepared, customer. So we might actually change back out of this anyway, because we might want to build for a boss again. But let me see where we are and where else we might consider going. I might also want to continue exploring that top right area too, because we hadn't really followed up on that. Because it looks like it might loop there and then connect back down. And so maybe that's worth checking first, just to see if we collect anything interesting. And so we can run around with some of our current abilities a little bit more. Okay, in that case, let's go back down to the right. I mean, there are so many little enemies that spawn all over the place around here as well that this might end up being a pretty advantageous modifier to take, but let's find out. Oh, I haven't been back here in some time. Oops, totally that. Oh, we just walk across. Just walk across patiently. Works much better. Whoa, that's actually fluid, and then that sends me down. I did not really expect that. However, maybe we tap 3 of these and yeah, that gives you that extra point. It does not stack on the ones that are currently missing. It just gives you the extra point on top. So you can only get 1 extra point of health in this category at any given time, but then the extra layer protection serves as a buffer. All the rest, it seems. Yeah, there we go. So against these enemies, we want to sit back and sometimes take some replenishment and then... Okay. Then what are we doing down here? Something seems to have broken containment. Oh, couldn't quite get up here to do anything. Let's see. That totally looks like it, and it's something that I should be able to reach in between here, but I suppose not. So we have some junk up above first. as well as something that we can hit on the left. But we just need to dodge that accurately. Okay, we've got a big pile of junk at this point. That almost looks like it's climbable. Not quite fast enough here though, nope. Okay, we'll connect that door and then... Oh, this is interesting. I guess we need to run away from that. So long, and thanks for all the nigger. We'll just run it. Oh, whoops. Okay, that's fine. At least we can take a point of health and then get back into this pace. Oh, nope. Running a little tight here. It is steadily breaking down. Oh, we'll just climb. We haven't really seen that many escape sequences in this game. It's like something out of the Ori games, almost. Not to mention just lots and lots of classic Metroid as well. Need to watch our stick control here. Oh, I should have taken that refresh point. That's okay. So just enough energy to work with here. Nope. Oh, now we're in trouble because I guess we'll see very soon whether, yeah, taking 3 hits here, taking 1 hit here rather, takes off all the rest of the health, and we are going to lose 500 to pawn. That's okay. That one maybe not so harmless. Nope. But that looks like it goes somewhere interesting, so we'll do it again. And I wonder if we want to build a little differently for it. Let's take a look. I mean, obviously anything energy related would be helpful here, including this one. But the health bonus is also pretty beneficial at the moment. We want energy leecher on still though, just so we can tap things to reload. Yeah, that's okay. We opened a door that gave me a shortcut there, right? Or I don't know if that stays open. Let's find out. Also, we'll get some of these to get additional health. You see, that's why you tap them, among other reasons. Why is my energy recharging so slow? I took off one of the other buffs, I think. Or, well, I mean, yeah, I no longer have this one on. I had it before. But now it's back to being slow. Maybe I should be putting that back on for the platforming. But yeah, this will be the chase sequence once again, no doubt. This is really not too bad, all things considered. Whoop, except when I missed a swipe. I'm too busy holding right and couldn't swipe down. Yeah, here, that's just there to terrify you momentarily, but it's not actually threatening. Here you can just do a quick little drop and double jump across. And we do need to reload energy sometimes here. Oh. Oh, there's a lower passage that gives you a shortcut. Huh. Okay, yeah, not having the energy reloader is actually a big problem. But you just pass through here. Okay. Yeah, again, not having the energy reload there. If we die, we need to rebuild to have the energy recharge on the ground, because that is much too slow for purposes of this segment. Oh, stood too close. Yeah, we need the energy back on. It's more important than the health. For sure. We don't need that extra point as much as we need this, though. Energy recharges when taking damage, we may even take that, and we'll see. You know what? We'll take an extra point of health, too. And just build specifically for this segment. Yeah, the energy refresh on that one critical platform was just much too slow to work with. Missed. Yeah, it just could not switch to the down swipe quickly enough from the forward glide. Oh, nope, too slow there at that time. That didn't get caught before, but... just need an angle that goes precisely there. And what? Okay, this is the critical part where we didn't have enough energy previously. And there we go. Oh, fell like exactly in the wrong place there. But you know what, we can grab this for compensation. Yeah, so you step on those, they disappear, but then do they come back? They do. After a moment. Does this open for me? No, it does not. So we do need to go around back. That's fine. Anything interesting up here? Not really. That pipe does have a junction inside it that might be worth looking at once we enter it from some other direction. The Crucible Catwalk, okay. I don't care if the hand is a plan or not. I'm programmed to rejoice at the sight of work well done. Okay, and we can punch through that in just a moment, but I want to scan up here first before we proceed too far. There is a place to refresh down below, that's important. We'll see where this leads. It picks up again. And that told me that there was that chase coming for sure. Almost in that segment. Oh, I was trying to grapple into that. No energy though. Have to really be mindful of the energy bar sometimes when you're playing this. Oh, missed it. Have to be reasonably precise for a long stretch here. Down, please. Oh, that was a little bit blind there. That's the thing about escape sequences, and I remember feeling this quite pronouncedly with Random Blind Forest, is that they're a very fine balancing act to make them exciting but not blind. Well, but everything chaining an explosion down there, but no room to tap anything. Now one more hit and we're dead here, so we've got a long way back. It's okay. We'll do it. Yeah, all the way back to the start. To part 1. We've hopefully got most of this down. I mean, we do know at this point that there is a refresh point But we do still need to slash things accurately, perhaps. I may switch to D-pad or rather directional buttons for this part actually, because the accuracy of the swipes has been a problem. However, I'm just so accustomed to playing this game with stick at this point that maybe this is a bad time to make sudden changes. But I feel like I might need a bit more directional precision for this part. Oh, should have dodged that. That's okay. Yeah, that near instant refresh is pretty necessary. Okay, at this point, we get 2 points back, and then we just continue. Got back here pretty quickly, so not too much of an issue here. And for the next part of the chase, it's just that you have to be consistent over a pretty long stretch. But we'll do it. Okay, we did get this far previously, but... Oh, nope, so crawled too far up. And that's a big reset. Yeah, that section I just haven't really read yet. And then we still need to get the slashes down accurately. Yeah, because you kind of need to make a stop for a moment to down slash. Really do need full command of your energy management here to do this accurately. Okay, well that's something, but let's check the left first to open a shortcut. Locked from the other side. Okay, well, I guess we to wrap around for that one too. Because maybe there's a part 3 of the chase that we still have to see. Oh, we actually have to fight it now. Wow, this is a pretty lengthy stretch. Except very little health on this. So are we going to show mercy? Can we? No. So long, so long. Mostly harmless. Okay. Now let's get down here and grab some junk. We spent a minute trying to see if there was a way not to kill it. Yeah. The pacifist route. 30 Undertale players in the room. I think we're a little too far gone for a pacifist route at this point. I like that moment, though, when it makes you think that you're dropping into a boss fight without having had a save in quite a long time. This game knows its audience. $720. Very nice. We're getting close to that 10K. Getting closer. Now, surely that isn't it. I mean, there's that pit door that we didn't even get a chance to open. Gotta be something to platform 2 up here, perhaps. Let's take a look. Yeah, there's something on the right side here. We'll just climb towards that. And then platform over from this side. Hey, we're in the lab. Now, see what I'm saying? I thought that this map would wrap cylindrically, and I think we're actually going to see it happen. I thought it would be cylindrical. Maybe we just get to sever the hand outright. Did I call it or what? I mean, I guess we'll find out. We don't know yet, but it makes sense to me that this map would be cylindrical and have a wraparound. Yeah, look at this. We're kind of like totally off the boundary at this point. I better give you some kind of wrap. More crystallized nacre. Not quite at 10K yet, but we're close. Don't know if we'll have a chance to buy that thing today, but we'll see. Pearl record. We are stuck. Whether by design or by accident, we are now stuck in these motionless shells forever. And yeah, so we'll eventually kind of piece this back together in terms of machines contending with their own material immortality. Oh, something here? No, not really. This just gets you back out, I think. Does kind of look like there's something up top. Not really. Yeah, we still have to think about how to piece together everything that's been going on with the embedding of the pearls and how everything fits together, but we'll work out the plot piece by piece. Also, can we check top? Not really. More points to platform 2 upstairs. It does stop you right over here until you've chance to climb up and then hit that next node. Locked from the other side, as things tend to be. Oh, wait, let's check something. Was there something down below it? No, there wasn't. Yeah, I love how sprawling this map is. Okay. Torn Overseer from the lab. We'll mend this one and see where we can go from here. Where was the one in the lab? I mean, you know, last we saw of the lab was this side here. Like I said, I'm assuming that after what I want to call the dig or not chase, because we've been playing too much of Samus Returns, we find ourselves here. Look at this. There's a bit of inherent floatiness here, kind of like the area in the main room with the spine where you're lifted into the air a bit. I guess the artificial gravity was broken in this room. Yeah, look at this. You can see from this view, it totally is cylindrical. But this is maybe one of the first confirmations we've had visually that this is in fact how the station is structured. I think if you haven't realized it up to this point, this effectively is to reveal that you're in a cylindrical map. Before we fall down here, let's push on a little bit more first. Let's you float around everywhere. Okay, so this opens. And it opens this way. Well, I want to see if we can find a node to perhaps save it first. I think maybe that door might be where we want to go first, though, in case we want to check for a shortcut to a save point or something similar. We should check it first. And then there is a shuttle service here, as well as an overseer that is now still too far away, but it does connect back to the lab save point here. And yeah, let's see where we are. You see? It's absolutely right. And then now we've mapped this enough to know that you can actually wrap the map infinitely like this. So it doesn't even stop necessarily. It just shows you the complete wrapping. Now, the reason I suspected this was the case was from the redacted section. Because of the way it kind of tailed off on one end here, tailed off onto the other end here. I thought it was likely to connect in the middle. And indeed, from what we see now, we actually had seen the connection point in this section already, that when we saw the area to the right. That tells me that we're probably still missing one piece of the serial number in here, and that we do need to go back at some point. Yeah, because when I saw that inaccessible column to the right, that was actually the area we had seen previously in what was thought to be the bottom left of the map. Like we had seen, oh, this continues somehow. We had seen from this side, oh, this continues somehow. We had actually seen a passage that had connected. On PC, you get an achievement when this happens called Wait, what? Like it's supposed to be a surprise or something. I mean, we know we're on a space station. We know we're on a colony ship, rather. I mean, it's interesting in that I can't think of another Metroid-style map that has necessarily done this in the same way, in spite of the fact that... Oh, actually, no. Metroid Fusion technically is cylindrical on the ship. If you think about the actual connection point between zones and the way that you move between them, like when I was looking at this and thinking about the wrap, I think in the back of my mind I was thinking Metroid Fusion. And actually, technically, even, you know, other M lets you do that little outside passage when you connect between sectors. Yeah, the thing is, Metroid Fusion, if you think about how the zones actually connect to each other, like, you know, when you traverse the map itself by scanning it, it doesn't wrap, but if you think about how things are actually oriented within the space station and how the different zones connect to each other sector by sector, the sector interconnections actually do wrap. So, still a really neat moment, of course. Proud of myself for calling it in advance, but I guess at this point, I mean, maybe, I don't know if there's an additional boss fight. We know there's going to be a boss fight that had to restore the shop that we actually kind of bypassed because I chose to go the other way instead. But I wonder if we can just sever the pearl of the hand right away if we're jumping into this room, or if it's going to put up a fight, which maybe it will. I say this because I'm kind of trying to budget around whether we're going to continue right away today necessarily, but let me enter here, and we're just going to retune a few things. I want to get back into the damage build if we can. And we'll peel more points off of the Naked Generation if necessary. Also, this is climbable up top. And this area here, well, we haven't mapped this yet, but the wheel, fingertip broken, huh? I think we're supposed to restore that, aren't we, then? Well, let's see. Yeah, Samphis, you're saying it would wrap logically in 3D space, but you can't actually do it in-game, you believe? Even with what... Because I seem to remember the sector connections in Fusion kind of... You know, you can't scan the map as a wrap, but I think you can actually travel between sectors in a way that does a circuit. But it's only the sector connections. It doesn't connect anywhere else, I think. But I have to look back at that and review that. It's been some years since I went back to Fusion. So yeah, we actually sort of went this way instead of going to the boss that restores the shop. But let's push forward just a little bit and see what happens with the hand. And as far as this overseer goes, well, I don't know what to do with that just yet, but... And we have a couple of doors here that still remain to be discovered as well. Yeah, Xamphis, I'd have to look up the Fusion map to recall, but I believe it does sustain that idea of having a wraparound. Okay, anyway, big book over here. So do we sever or do we fight? Let's find out. I mean, we just had a save point, so maybe we fight. I don't think the hand's just going down easily.
Again, persistent little fellow. A mistake to rectify. Fortunately, I made the perfect tool for this.
Okay, anti-rat weapon. I thought the boss called a cat would have been the anti-rat weapon, but maybe not. Anyway, Anra's going to swipe. Well, we'll just keep at a distance and Use the grapple strategically from time to time. Oh. Large health pool on this one, that's all. Make it a clean phase 1 on it, then we'll do it. No, getting hit pretty hard. Yeah, the thing is, you know, that extra point of health we got earlier turned out to be negated by the fact that we lost one layer of coating. Oh, we haven't crystallized lately, have we? Yeah, we hadn't. Yeah, it would have been nice to have some achievements displayed in an in-game system, which is the accommodation that a lot of other games have. But that's okay. We know what we've achieved thus far. It would be interesting to look up things like the Steam achievements afterwards and figure out exactly what it is that I would have done. Now, do we want to keep the grapple heavy idea? I think we do, at least for now. But we can take off the money related stuff and put in something like this again. What damage output? Yeah, I found that personally I've never particularly been desperate for some kind of console-wide achievement system. I don't mind being game-specific, it's just that the developers do have to go out of their way to display them in-game the way that Hollow Knight does, that the Guacamelee games certainly do. And some other ones I can think of, I'm sure. And yeah, 06i, if you wanted platinum points to buy up all the icons on Twitch Online, I suppose, then... Interestingly enough, that's what they do with the mobile stuff, right? Like, actually, I think one of the easiest ways to farm platinum points is that there are a lot of one-time bonuses in things like Fire Emblem Heroes and Super Mario Run. If you're really desperate to stack up for some order you want to make urgently. Okay, we got hit by everything. I mean, the flash is clear, we just need to watch the timing. And there are multiple swipes there. Okay. We just need to watch the defensive pattern and understand it first, which we have not done. Now, here's the thing. I don't know if I'll actually be able to stay long enough today to push through this fight, but we'll make that decision after a few attempts. Because it may be better to save this for the start of next stream. Although it would be a very nice natural endpoint for the day. Oh, just a dodge. Sometimes we just need to stand out of the way. Nope, dodged too early. I'm missing a lot here, actually. Yeah, so we need to watch the queue for that multi-slash. I've been missing a lot of dodge cues all over the place, actually. And yeah, there's kind of a multi-hit combo there that swings all over the place. We just need to get out of the way sometimes, I think. And yeah, it's a very unique piece of music for this fight. Gives it a lot of character. By the way, did you notice that we just passed by the diagram for Samsk? That book on the left there. Oh, no. Just missing the dodge time again. Yeah. The cues are pretty clear, it's just my dodge timing is poor. Need to... Oh. Make sure we understand which cue is which. I mean, with Soul and Vin, it took me a while to puzzle out just to figure out how to read everything right, but... Yeah, so... There's a particular pose that gives you that multi-hit combo. Oh. I'm just missing every timing, though, that's the thing. So the downward movement means a big side swipe. Okay. Nope, too early on that dodge. Whiffed it. Yeah, so as with Soul and Vin, you have to watch the sword position and the facing direction of the character. And that tells you most of what you need to know. Unlike Soul and Vin, we are allowed to take more than 2 hits. Yeah, because look at all these shells on the left, like they're kind of part of the prototyping process or something for the Samsk design. I'm trying to make sure we can see the pose for the 3-hit combo. Yeah, facing directly towards the player and then the downward tilt means it's going to be the spiral attack. Oh. That one's one of the easier ones to spot. Yeah. Pointing down after coming down is the big side attack, the side dash. Nope. Dodge too early. Samphis, yeah, I have played Portal 2, and I know exactly what you mean there with the entry into the final chapter, I think. That's what it's very visually evocative of, for sure. And just throughout the game in general, but I think that was particularly noticeable. Okay. A lot of it is just dodge timing, pattern reading. We just need to do it right. Nope. Whiffed to dodge too early. Too early. Gotta wait for the flash. Well, not that long for the flash. Yeah, the side attack you have to anticipate well in advance, but also visible quite well in advance, so... Yeah, you dodge the first swipe, and if it's a triple swipe, then you can just stand out of the way of the other ones. The backwards movement means it's going to be that backwards swipe. Getting a little better at this. Despite some mishaps. Oh, phase 2. I think we need to project energy towards her at this point. But that's not going to be through that. We need to do some kind of shield break. It's not going to work otherwise. We need to hit a node to do it, and hit a node towards her. It seems. The dodge to create an energy crystal idea is kind of appealing right now. We might switch into that. There was this one room that seemed to depend a little heavily on that as well, from what we saw earlier. But we'll see if we can afford the points for it. That is the first that we've seen that phase transition though, so we did settle into something. Yeah, you just really need to have good pattern recognition for the different tells. And even better dodge timing. Yeah, that was not good dodge timing. Nope. Nope, too early. I've not really had the opportunity to use the grapple very much at all in this fight. I'm just trying to get the dodge timing down, so we might take off some of the grapple related stuff, even at the risk of less damage output, just because I'm not really able to get those down while I'm learning the dodging pattern first. So actually, you know what? Let's rethink a little bit. Dodging generates an energy shard. I think I'm going to try it. We'll take off some of the hairpin stuff, but I do want energy though, and so energy recharges. Quicker on the ground. Recharges when taking damage. Let's see what we can do that would be useful for 10 points. That's the thing, we might not have very much. Tempting to take this. Because do we often want energy while grounded? We might not. But we don't know because later phases might make that a bit more critical. Build for a 3-hit combo. Okay, let's try that. I mean, we're dodging a lot in this, so it could be that using energy shards for generating some kind of weakness would be helpful here. And it might even help us with something like a shield break in the second section, so we'll try it this way. Yeah, because we are getting a lot of the triple slashes. Whoop. That was not a successful dodge. However, we have a shard very briefly. And yeah, you can actually create the weakness this way. This might be really helpful, actually. If we can dodge more cleanly. We have to dodge so much in this fight that it just makes a certain amount of sense to take it. We just need to make sure we do things right. Nope, too early. I like this idea, though. I like this idea a lot. And I think that's absolutely going to be the solution to that other room we saw as well. With the crystalline walls that need to be broken, the shielded walls rather. Now we'll see if this actually gets you through the electric shield in phase 2 or if something else is required, but I think this has potential. Yeah, because we're not doing a lot of grapple play. Oh. Okay. A little late in that dodge that time, but a little aggressive. Almost down to that halfway point for phase 2 though. And here we are. Now let's see if we can do the dodge and tap. I guess we just hit the rear energy node perhaps, maybe? I'm not sure. Yeah, we can definitely tap something against it. And yeah, you can do the shield break and an energy shard. So if you just generate your own energy shards with a dodge, that is much easier. Oh, here's something. Okay, but then if we dodge this, then we can... just do the wall climb up here too. Oh, wrong button. It's pretty close, actually. Best attempt yet by far. But, of course, we need to react to some new material, but the shield break idea absolutely works. And I don't know what the strategy is if you don't take the dodge into energy shard modifier. Because it seems so obviously a good match for this fight. And for that other room we saw, for that matter. Okay, this is looking viable now, though. Just need to be careful. Oh, missed. Missing too many dodges here, but come on, just let her attack in. Let's see if we can do it. Not quite. I think we just continue to hit the energy node as well, but whoops. You can grapple through it. Yeah, you clearly need some kind of shield break. Oh, no, missed. But essentially, you have to hit the dodge timings anyhow to get through the fight, regardless of what your setup is going to be. But anyway, we've had that one really good attempt. We just need to figure that out with cleaner dodging. Nope. Nope, missed it. I was trying to deliberately dodge into that, but a bit risky. It's funny because the kind of timed dodges into something offensive feels like it's the closest thing we've seen to parry style combat in this game, where you deliberately try to absorb some risk by getting into an attack. Where you kind of do an offensive dodge, right? Now, I couldn't quite follow up into the shield break there, but... Can we break? Not yet, we can't. Nope, couldn't quite do it. Yeah, and then we hit the node after we weaken it. We can. There we go. Not that we have a lot of health here to take advantage of this. Nope. Lost track of my position. If we can get to that stage without taking too much damage, then I think this is within reach. But we need to chase a lot better in terms of disabling the shield generator. Disabling the shield generator in part benefits from doing the shield breaker energy effect against the generator, not against Enra herself. But often it seems like I'm activating the circle around them both. But in that case, we go for the generator. That's the primary target. Oops, stood too close on the additional swipes. And here we go, this phase already. Yeah, just need to hit the shield generator node as much as we can. Not quite getting it. see it slightly breaking visually, but there we go. Nope. Okay, better than usual. This has a homing effect, you have to dodge it. Going up against the wall does kind of work. Not really standing in a good position that time. Whoa, okay, now we're in trouble. No. Yeah, that downward point, you need to expect the sweep with the beam after that. We got caught by that multiple times in a row, unfortunately, but we were fine until then. That's sort of a late phase 2 complication by the looks of it. And I just didn't have a plan for it in terms of going over or dodging through it for that matter. But we're pushing through phase 1 quickly now. And yeah, even if you don't get the weakening effect on the shield generator, you do still just need to prioritize going for the generator anyway, and grappling towards it might help. Nope. Bad timing, but at least it completely whiffed. Nope, missed. Nope. A little too inaccurate here. Not as clean as before. Not nearly as clean as before. We're going to be in sizable trouble this time, I think. Yeah. Too many follow-ups on that. That's okay. We've had 2 attempts that got pretty late into the latter phase, and so with a bit more cleanliness, I think we get through this. Particularly as we're starting to see more of the different beam patterns and what to do with them. One of the problems is I'm sometimes not chasing quickly enough. We should be maybe using the grapple more for that. Although the wall climb with striders has been helpful evasively for the second phase as well. No, bad. Yeah, no, it's just been missing dodges again. Missing the easy ones too. Yeah, getting hit by too many things here. Nope, too early. The dodge timing has been way off this attempt. Way, way off. We can see the attacks coming, we're just pressing too late. Also for the side dash attack, sometimes we're not getting the energy shard off the dodge because I'm actually too high in the air. But that is actually maybe better to dodge when you're a bit more grounded, so you can make sure you get the energy node. Like this. Nope. missing every dodge. Yeah, you see it like that, so you can follow up immediately. Okay, need to watch the triple swipe there. Down. And then we follow up immediately. Nope. Missing that dodge far too often. So we get to the energy shield phase quickly, but too weak to do much with it, I think. Because we can only sustain one more hit. I think you do need to grapple towards it effectively in order to chase the energy node properly, otherwise it's just too far out. I still like keeping the dodge idea though, because we have to dodge so much. But definitely a more hairpin focused build would be better for burning down the shield generator quickly. Because then you can grapple towards it and swipe it down much faster. But the main thing is just the dodge timings. We are just late on so many of them, even when we do read the cues. Okay. Sometimes you just need to stand back a little bit. Luckily just wasn't within range that time. Nope, standing too close, overcommitted to the attack. Nope. See the cues, just missing dodges. Again, the thing about this game is I generally need to spend more time grounded. Okay. Nope, missing. Okay, that gave us a big hit. There we go. And now we need to get into the projectile phase. Nope. Now they do split at a very regular rhythm. So even if you aren't standing at a position that you can see very clearly relative to each of those nodes as they explode, you can time the dodges just almost blindly. But I had some issues there getting enough speed out of there to dodge the beam. Sometimes you just need to use the dodge button against those, I think, instead of running around them, depending on how out of position you are when the beam comes sweeping. No, too early. Stand closer on this, but not overcommit to the attack. Yeah, sometimes we're staying in for too long the attack. We just need to run away from it. Okay, into shield phase already. That's good. Let's bait in the next attack if we can. I'm just trying to weaken the node itself, but can't always be that picky. Just missing it a lot, actually. Nope, just can't hit a single swipe there. But the attack pattern is essentially the same. If we dodge all the attacks, then we can hit pretty cleanly. Nope, bad dodge. Yeah, it's not hard to get out of that phase. This is essentially phase 3, actually. We're kind of thinking about it as a 2.5, but not that the numbers matter. Actually, you just stay grounded against that. It's not too bad. Whoop. Dodged it. Yeah, you gotta chase her so the beam doesn't catch you. Yeah, and then chase from behind, and then you get a lot of swipes down. Oh, no, this was the thing that caught me previously. The down diagonal on that. You need to either grapple over it or just dodge through it. And we should be dodging through it, but it's a little hard to see. But that's exactly the thing that got me on all of the best attempts. That we got hit consecutively by that and couldn't get out of its range. I think you effectively have to dodge through. Grapples through might be okay, but I think you pretty much have to dodge. But we'll see. We have the right idea. There was still a little sloppy play, but the energy shield phase is actually not hard at all because it's the exact same attack pattern. So you just get the dodges that you can, and you just try to focus down the energy node, which I've been trying to weaken, but it's very difficult to aim at that. It's just hard to hit, so you just need to grapple over and then get back into safety. Down. Nope, missed. She comes down. And here's the energy phase already. It comes in at about a third health down, so around 60%-ish. So as long as you dodge cleanly, this is not bad. And you see if you weaken the energy node, it goes down very quickly. Nope, couldn't get it. Yeah, you can dodge through it, but it does 3 consecutive hits every time, I think. Every time she gets into that pattern from the ground, she'll try to swipe 3 times. Now you stay grounded. This isn't too bad. As long as she doesn't do the pattern from the floor, we're probably okay. Oh, it does a pattern from the floor. I couldn't dodge it. Despite a lot of sloppiness, though, we get surprisingly far in the fight, and so if we just take less damage, we should be through it. Yeah, I dodged too early when I saw that I was right above the shot. But when it's point blank, you know, you have to watch for something like the flash for the attack, and if you don't catch it, then And that isn't a lot of warning. And that time I felt like we got a fairly easy pattern too, in terms of not having the laser beam sweep upward from the floor all that much. But it does seem to be a triple attack from either side every time it happens, so we have to watch the dodge timing for that regardless. Nope, missed. That's an easy one to dodge usually too. Nope. Got caught by the triple attack. Oh, nope. Got a little distracted by the energy node there. And that didn't work out too well. Okay, just try to get the counter. Again, if you actually manage to weaken the shield generator, it goes down almost instantly. Case in point, let's try to do it. Oh, missing my grapple. Not enough energy recharge on the ground. I had a very clear opportunity there to break it instantly, and I just did not remain patient enough for the energy to recharge fully, and that just did not work. Nope. Yeah, so she always crosses, which means you always have to prepare for the cross. After the beam attack, you have to jump a little bit so you have enough room to get over. And possibly grapple over if you can aim accurately well enough. But it's always going to be a bit of a side-to-side triple attack, so you need to prepare for that movement in mind in the event that you want to attack into it. And you need to know how to get out. Yeah, it is a triple beam every time. It's just that it's such a clear opportunity to attack into her that whenever I do that, I'm escaping a little bit too late. Because she zips across instantly, so... near instantly, and so... you don't really have time to get around. You have to dodge after the first one, I think. Okay. Oh, missed. Need cleaner dodging in general, but... yeah, we're seeing the backwards swipes a lot better than we used to, but still some room for improvement. Sometimes you just need to stand out of the way. Oh, too early. But luckily she missed. Okay. Try to get a counter onto the shield generator. Not quite, but we'll play cautiously and keep trying to go for it. Okay. Okay, so here's the triple. Nope, too early on a dodge. Nope, too late on a dodge. You see, got hit 3 times by that. And then here we go again. Yeah. That is a tricky dodge to hit. You kind of have to maybe stay in the air in the middle. Like, maybe I shouldn't be attacking into that, and I should go pure defense against it just to Try to get out. Maybe even get on the ceiling or something, but we won't have enough energy to sustain that for too long. I feel like if we do a really accurate diagonal grapple toward her, then when she switches sides, then we can kind of jump over the beam and grapple across. But you would need to be very quick and accurate and manage the energy appropriately as well. Yeah, let's just let it come across and then try to do some damage. Nope, missed my dodge. Nope. I do love this ability though, to dodge into energy shard. It seems so flexible for so many purposes in this game. I might play with it for quite a bit longer. Now, really hard to hit this node though. If we can catch it accurately, we can just speed through this. And minimize risk. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, that's the triple volley, not the beam attack. Oh, too early on the dodge. Okay, now here's the tough one. Okay, yeah, you dodge the second one, you stay on one side. That's how you do it. That was clean. Surprisingly clean. Now it's going to be shield generator plus projectile, which is going to be tricky. But then, or plus, yeah. But then if you just go greedily towards projectile, then you can do it. And there we go. Very clean. Just required a clean sequence through the lower beam attack. And that's what you do it. You stay on one side, you swipe. Next phase. Dr. Helen. But I'm your assistant. Yeah, you do have to do everything yourself. I am guessing that we do the whole sequence, but that's okay. But anyway, if we need to do it again, then that's how we understand a triple beam. The way we do it is that we swipe on one side, we kind of climb up a little bit and try to get a clean dodge, and then we stay on the same side. We don't try to chase. We stay on one side, or all three. Because otherwise we just get ourselves into trouble by chasing. And get hit repeatedly. Yeah, the animations are incredible. Nope, nope. Terrible. Yeah, maybe not the best company to work for. It's true. too early, but we managed to get out of that. Whoop. No, we really had to be clean now that we know just how much of a fight there is. Yeah, projectile plus shield generator is a bit worse, and we got a pretty lucky draw that time, I think, in terms of how quickly we could get through that. But dunk her a little bit. Let's just chase into this. Lower position. Lower position, and then speed. Wall climb up. Dodge. Hit. That's the way. That's the way. Really quick, didn't even get into the shield phase actually. We skipped projectile shield.
I will not bow to a
Yeah, and it skips the transition sequence slightly, or modifies it rather, since it's our second time seeing it. Oh. Nope. Wow, we're just getting slammed here. You just watch the positioning. Nope. Just have to hit every dodge. Okay, the first fight significantly improved it. Skipping the projectile plus shield generator phase seemed very fortunate. We might not always get that, but it seems like we kind of figured out what to do with the triple beam. Now, I may not be able to stay past the next attempt. So we'll see if we can do this cleanly. Otherwise, we'll need to start the next stream with it. No. I'd like to do it, but, you know, time is occasionally constrained. Not the cleanest. Let's get through shield phase as quickly as we can. Very hard to hit that. Okay, we can chase in this position. And do this. Nope. A little unusual to get caught by that attack, but we unfortunately did. Okay, we'll need to climb out of this one. Okay, let's see. I'd really like to push it, but unfortunately I think I may actually have to cut off today. So we'll start with it next time, I think. And hopefully have a bit of a cleaner second part. It's too bad. It feels like we have momentum. We've figured out a lot of things. I usually don't like to leave off without having a very clear conclusion to what we're doing. But it'll make for a nice, exciting warm-up going into the next session, so. Pardon me for ending so abruptly, but we will call it for today, and I think we've made a good amount of progress. Got to see the cylindrical structure that I began to anticipate. And lots of other things that we bypassed along the way, like re-unlocking the shop again. But we'll stick with this fight, we'll push on, and with the fight number 2, which I guess is kind of a phase 4 in the mix, we'll probably want to push through it a little more patiently. So I like the current setup though. I think we'll keep it, and we'll just get off to a roaring start next time. Thank you so much for joining me today, and until we meet again for a rematch, then as always, thank you for watching. Have a wonderful time with everything that you may be doing, and as always, very well.